Recording in
petitioners
progress.
present their petition, they should start by introducing themselves and the entire team. When the departments respond, the leaders of the delegations will introduce themselves and their team. That's how we're going, so that then we know who we're going to engage when we then ask questions. So let's start with the members of the portfolio committees to introduce themselves. Then we'll then allow the petitioners first to start their presentation and start with introduction of the same. Members of the portfolio committee starting, let's start with the first row.
That's me.
Yes, that's you.
Oh, my name is Mandla Shikwambana. I'm from Limpopo, in a region of Mopani, Tsanini, from Shikwambana village. I'm deployed by the EFF and I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you very much. Basic education.
Let's mention which portfolio committee because it's a joint seating.
Basic education.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Letlape. I am deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. I'm a member of Public Works from the Northwestern Rustenburg municipality. Thanks.
Ako la bo modula stulo. Maina ka ka botlalo ke mashia di ka Lensel Command. Ke tswa Limpopo ga sekhukhune di ya se motswaledi. Motsaneng o monnyane wa tana re tone ba re ke phoko what 9. Ke fa go representa mokgatlo wa Economic Freedom Fighters. Ke mo portfolio ya basic education. Ke a go leboga.
Re a leboga. We do have interpretation services, ne? We don't have today.
Yes, we have them.
We have. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to. Re a leboga, Moreshu.
Greeting everyone. My name is Pinky. I'm honored to serve as a portfolio committee, basic education. I'm from eThekwini region, Ward 42. Thank you.
Sanibonani, nguNompumelelo Gasa, othunywe umkhonto wesizwe, ngiqhamuka KwaZulu Natal, and I'm serving in the portfolio committee, basic education. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, Chair. Good morning. My name is Sedukan Lotsepolo. I'm a member of the Basic Education Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone in the meeting. My name is Tandi Makasi, and I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works. Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Ethel Nkosi. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee, Public Works and Infrastructure from Mpumalanga, deployed by the African National Congress. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Dalmain Christians, a member of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, Northern Cape.
Good morning, my name is Siska Jordan. I'm in the Basic Education Portfolio Committee. My province is Mpumalanga.
Good morning, goeiemorgen, Erik Maree, a member of the Portfolio Committee, Public Works and Infrastructure, and I'm from the Western Cape. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Thokozile Makakula. I'm the alternative member serving on the basic education. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, Deputy Ministers, and teams from both departments. Mdole Gitlelang is my name, from Eastern Cape, member of the Portfolio Committee for Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you so much.
Ngiyathokoza Sihlalo ithi ngithathele ithuba ngilotshise wonke umuntu okhona la. Igama lami ngingusipho isibongo ngingwakaMahlangu. Ngilunga ke le committee Public Works and Infrastructure. Ngithunywe la ke iANC ngiyathokoza.
Okay, thank you very much to all the honorable members, and you are welcome. Just one apology, honorable members of the chairperson of the portfolio committee of the Public Works, who is unwell, but she has indicated, Honorable Carol Piri has indicated that she will join us later after consulting a doctor. That's the only apology. Mr. Brown, are there any other apologies?
Chairperson, yes, we do have apologies for the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure. I know Honorable Reddy and Honorable Bath who won't be able to join us today. Also apology for Minister Warube, also the Minister for Public Works and Infrastructure who has cabinet meetings this morning. And then I have apologies for Honorable Ngubeni and Chairperson, the two members from the MKP have had to leave. They've got an urgent caucus that they need to attend to, Honorable Kasa and Honorable Rube. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The Deputy Minister.
Thank you and greetings to yourself, the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, our two MECs, the two portfolio committees. My name is Sihle Zigalala. I wish to indicate that we did send an apology, but I plead that it be noted at 11 o'clock we have a meeting with the Audit Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure. However, we have a full team of the Department of Public Works which work together with the Province of Public Works under MEC Makomo. So we will still be covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So DM, it's you that is going to be excused at 11 o'clock. The team will remain. That's in order. To the petitioners, you are welcome, and we are now going to afford you, is that another apology, DM?
No, it's not an apology. I think it's proper that we also introduce ourselves.
No, I did respond to that, DM.
Oh,
I did
okay.
respond to that when you
Oh,
are
when we
given a
speak.
responsibility to present, you're going to introduce yourself and your team
Okay.
first.
Just to say, our team from Basic Education, the DG, the DDG, Gaya, they are with us online.
Okay,
Yes, they
yes.
joined online. They are in this meeting, but because they had other things, they joined online. Thank you so much.
No, you're correct, DM. They did indicate that they're going to join online. So they are here. Can we now allow the petitioners to present their petition? The Leruntse Lesedi High School. I must pronounce it correctly. Leruntse Lesedi High School. You are welcome. Can you now introduce yourselves and the team and then present your petition?
Greetings, everybody. I am Mr. Patrick Pharamela, the member of the SGB at Leruntse High School. With me, I'm having my colleagues here, Mr. David Fess, Johannes Versket, Ms. Khalati, Ms. Muilwa, and Ms. Milamu. Okay, can I start?
Yes, just also indicate the role of the team in the SGP. You said you're a member of the SGP, so you say this one is the chairperson, this one is responsible for this in the SGP. This is a teacher component so that we understand the full complement of the SGP.
Okay. Mr. Pharamela, a teacher's component in the SGB. Here is David Fess, who is our treasurer. We have Johannes Versket, who is a support staff. We have Mekhalati, who is our teacher component. We have Memo Ilwa, who is an additional member. We have Ms. Milamu, who is also an additional member.
Okay, so who's going to be leading the presentation? Is the chairperson of the SGB part of your delegation?
There is an apology of our chairperson who is at work, presently at work now. So I am the one who's going to lead the petition.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Can I start?
You can go ahead.
Okay, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee in Basic Education, Committee Secretary, honorable members of Portfolio Committee, Department of Education, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Northwest Department of Education. It is my pleasure to present this petition on behalf of Leruntse High School SGB. The above school is situated in Freskevat Northwest, which is 120 kilometers from Mafikeng under Tshwane Municipality. The area is a rural village where most of the parents are not working. Instead, they rely on social grants. A number of households are child-headed families without parents. This means that they lack parental care, and as a school governing body, we have a role in changing the future of this community. This is the only secondary school in the area. There are 3 feeder primary schools. The school last year was having an enrollment of 750 learners, which increased to 837 this year, who are taught under old and dilapidated classrooms. The situation is abnormal for teaching and learning because some classrooms have cracks all over, the roofs are leaking, and some have no lights. The whole infrastructure is dilapidating and dangerous for learners to use. And this is demoralizing teaching and learning. This situation is forcing teachers to teach the poor kids under poor conditions and during rainy seasons. The situation is remorseful and regretful. The biggest disadvantage is for learners who choose maths and science as their major subjects. Most of them are traveling more than 20 kilometers away, following schools that have laboratories. Our school does not even have a laboratory for learners to do their practical experience, hence poor results. According to our investigations, learners who attend school away from their communities end up dropping out. The toilets are horrible and do not meet the health standard required by the Department of Health. The Northwest Department of Education is aware of this situation, but they have kept quiet. We have been submitting letters of request, but they never responded. On 14 November 2023, the SGB visited the MS's office and presented our problems. They promised to come to us, but all in vain. The Labor Department visited our school on 7 February 2024 to do site inspection. They made recommendations to be fulfilled by the department, but till today, no official ever visited our school and see for themselves. You will see the report of the of the Labor Department. We forwarded it. On the 11th of July 2024, the Office of the Auditor General visited our school and made such inspection. They were shocked to see the situation. Unfortunately, the lady who visited the school did not give us the report. She said she was not allowed to share the report with the third party. They promised to consult the department on our behalf, but still no respond. On 5 August 2024, the Chief Directorate, Human Resource Management Directorate, Employee Health and Wellness, visited our school. They also compiled a report, which we will attach, but no progress. The report was also attached and forwarded to the Secretary of the Portfolio Committee. We have noticed that when department officials do their roadshow, they do not visit dilapidated schools or disastrous areas. They only visit schools that are having good infrastructure. We are humbly requesting your urgent intervention before the situation becomes chaotic and calamity. The Bill of Rights says there shall be shelter to every learning situation our school is still using pit toilets. Let me quote what the former Minister of Basic Education said on February 29, 2023. She published binding norms and standards for school infrastructure. For the first time ever, it was the law that every school must have water, electricity, internet, working toilets, safe classrooms with a maximum of 40 learners, security and thereafter libraries, laboratories, and sports facilities. When the publications were made, they brought hope to us citizens of South Africa, but all in vain. We tried to submit our request to the Public Protector and Human Rights Commission, but no positive response. We cannot rule out that some government officials are not playing their role, but instead protect one another, and this is sacrificing service delivery. That is why we decided to write to the highest office in the country, because we have nowhere to voice our complaints. We feel rejected by our leaders, own leaders, who claim to care when they talk. Attached the final report by the Labor Department, report by Health, Safety and Environment, few pictures as evidence of what we are talking about. We hope and respect that you will also be like Nelson Mandela, who when released from prison told South Africans that he will be our servant. There are 25 educators plus 4 non-teaching staff sharing toilets. Let me also share you what happened immediately after we have sent the petitions. After we have sent the petition is then that we saw the department, the department in Northwest running. On the 11th of November 2024, after the petition, the department sent 2 engineers. And besides that, on 26 January 2025, the second manager sent the deputy principal requesting a report of the number of classes that need to be renovated. That is after the petition. On the 26th, 2025, the same second manager phoned the deputy principal inviting him to an urgent meeting with the SGB members to the district manager's office on 27 January 2025. The meeting did not even have an agenda. The meeting was supposed to be in the district manager's office at 15 hours. On the same day at 12 hours, the second manager phoned the deputy principal informing him that the meeting has been postponed until further notice. And until now, we haven't heard from them. It was on the same day, on the 27th of January 2025, when 2 departmental officials arrived with a contractor. Immediately, he was handing over 2 classrooms to be built with immediate effect. There was no mention about the dilapidated structures. As SGB, we had nothing to say, but accepted the offer. Yeah, and again, on the let me check. Okay. On the 5th of January 2025, the Northwest Portfolio Committee in Education visited our school. They also made site inspection and they were also taking pictures. Their argument was to blame teachers that they were not taking care of the building, and that is why the school was not using 10% from Section 21 to maintain the school. Let me clarify this. This school has been built in 1982, which is 43 years back from Section 21. It was built 1982, which is 43 years back, and it cannot be maintained by Section 21. The last incident happened on 7 February, or last week Friday, when the ceiling collapsed in the presence of the second manager, where the grade 10C were attending. We also take pictures and I sent them to the secretary of the portfolio committee. I will end my presentation and I will pause here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any addition from the members of the SGP on the presentation?
Someone want to add something? No, they
Any
are fine so
addition?
far.
Okay, let's just get, before we allow the departments to respond, let's just get the few issues maybe for clarity's sake. So how many members of the SGP are you all in all? The entirety of the SGP?
We are 14.
14.
Yes.
And present in this session is how many? I remember
are
you
6.
did, but I just did not get the numbers. It's how many?
We are 6 here.
6 present. And where are the others? Because the apology
Yeah.
that were given was of the chair.
Yeah, I made of not giving apology. That was because the secretary of the portfolio committee mentioned that no, we must only forward the nominated number, a certain particular number of the people who will participate. And that is why we are only having 6 here.
Is that correct, Mr. Brown? Did you limit the number of the people who must attend?
That is incorrect. We did speak about the limit. We did speak about the limit in respect of flying them down, but there's no limit to the amount of the HGB members that are present in their meeting.
Okay. I'm asking these questions because in terms of our rules and the rules of petitions is that the petition itself must be signed by all the petitioners. So we need to know exactly who are the petitioners. That's why, because it just says here, it's signed by yourself as the SGP representative. So we need to understand the composition of the SGP, who are the exact petitioners, and it would have been very important for us to also hear from the parent component. So that's why I'm asking this question. And Mr. Brown is indicating that there was no such communication that we are limiting in the number. And that was my understanding, that the reason why we chose a hybrid format is so that the entire component of the SGP can attend the sitting, the petition sitting. So I think that's something that we must sort out, Mr. Brown, so that we have the full complement. Maybe if we can check if the parents that are around, if they can't join the meeting. But in the meantime, we are going to allow the departments, starting with the Department of Public Works, and then we'll then end with the Department of Basic Education to respond. Is it, do you also want to get clarity on certain issues, or is it an order?
It's an order, Chair. I think you are attempting to collapse your own meeting, because we have already started. We started with the introduction. We checked the apologies. We checked everything, and then now after they've presented the petitioners, then you are going back to ask them who's there, who's not there, and that should have been done at the beginning. And that's what I said when we started, to say, to avoid these things, let's start by checking all of us seated here, who's here and who's not here, to avoid you trying to collapse your own meeting. But since while you are saying we must proceed, let's proceed. I just wanted to highlight that fact.
It can't be collapsing the meeting because apologies were open to everyone. If the petitioners had any apologies, they could have simply indicated that we have apologies. It can't be collapsing the meeting. The introduction is another issue, but apologies, everyone was given an opportunity to apologize for people who are not here. That's why the departments were able to apologize. So I am not sustaining the order. I don't know what that is. Is it another order?
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, it's not about the apologies that were captured. You received a petition, and you know the process of how a petition gets to be tabled in a committee meeting like this. So you and your office, you were supposed to make sure that the petitioners are here, the parent component is here, and all the other people who are supposed to be part of this conversation is here. That's what we're trying to raise, that you can't say the petitioners or the SGB has the responsibility of telling you who's here and who's not here. That was supposed to have been done before we start this meeting. We started late, by the way. So you had enough time to ensure that all the necessary people who are supposed to be part of this committee meeting are here. So it is a mistake from your office that you did not ensure that the right people who are supposed to be here are here. So let's fix that whilst we're continuing with the meeting. But the mistake is literally on your side.
Well, we are going to deal with the issue of the other members, but it can't be an order and the order can't be sustained because it is not about what we are trying to check is to ascertain if the entire petitioners are there. And that was when we said they must introduce themselves, and the introduction was of 6 people. So I wanted to get clarity as to where are the others, because when we said people must raise apologies, they did not give us any apologies. So the impression we get is that everyone is in the meeting because we did not get apologies. So it can't be an order and it can't be a mistake on our side. It cannot be. It cannot be, and we are not even sustaining that order again. I don't know, is it another order? What is it, so that we can start with the presentation?
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, I wanted to appeal that let's proceed.
We are proceeding. We are going to start with the Department of Public Works, as I've said, DM. You can start by introducing the team and also lead the response presentation. Or you will advise who will be doing the presentation.
No, thanks. We wish to acknowledge all who are here. As I indicated earlier, we are with the department, the MEC Makua, the DDGs, and the head of department, as well as the officials. As the Department of Public Works and as government as a whole, we remain committed to provide services to all people, especially those who reside in areas that were previously neglected. It is our commitment that students get better quality education that empowers them for the future. When it comes to the mandate of building schools, in terms of the legislation, it is a mandate of the Department of Basic Education. And in the most cases, or almost all cases, the National Department of Basic Education assigned that mandate to the Department of Education in provinces. And provinces then receive submission from various communities on requests for schools registered or to be registered for construction or for repair. Provinces then appoint implementing agencies, which in this case, it could be public works at a provincial level. We are aware and we are fully in support of the work that the MEC for Education in Northwest and the support from public works, that there is a commitment to build the school. Having said so, we are with the team here to the DDG, Kafile, and Mr. Kupega, who's the Chief Director. However, the province, I believe, will be better placed to lead in this regard, because in terms of powers and mandate, it falls on them. I must, however, address 2 fundamental issues. The first issue, South Africa faces a problem of serious and many needs. Many needs. On the other side, such needs cannot be done simultaneously due to fiscal constraint. Hence, you will find that there is an intervention, or according to plans, you have to build other schools while others will follow in the subsequent years and programs. That does not only affect education, it affects whether you talk of Department of Transport when it comes to roads, it affects health and all departments. But the commitment from the ANC-led government is to ensure delivery and services, quality services to all people. So that is one area that I thought I should emphasize. The second area, which will be my last, will be to yourself and our chair. Yourself, but more to the Speaker's office. We will like to request that when petitions come, they get thoroughly examined to a point where at least a report from implicated departments is also submitted in advance, examine the two, and then determine what should be done. That will help us not to set our needy people against the process. It will protect them because here, the SGP has a valid concern. The valid concern they have should be addressed, but I'm not sure whether this is a platform. And that's why I will plead that we engage with the Speaker's office, that we check and balance information and determine what processes to follow. It would have maybe better if we said, let the portfolio on basic education go and visit that school. Maybe that would have been a better option, together with the MEC, and see what have been done. So I humbly submit to you that you pass our view to the Speaker about processing of issues. Nevertheless, we are committed, and the department will give the report. I'm not sure whether you would want to start with MEC of Public Works before the Deputy Minister. Maybe you can start with us. The MEC will come in, then you give the Deputy Minister so that they will also report holistically. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DM. Our understanding was that your report is a report of the Public Works in response. So you will decide who does the response, who does the presentation. If the presentation is going to be done at the level of the province, that's fine. So you introduce as your team, you introduce who's going to do the presentation response from the team of Public Works. But we are requesting Public Works to start first, and then the basic education will then follow.
Thank you. The MEC will lead the presentation. Thank you.
No problem. Let me recognize Honorable Shkwambane.
Thank you, Chair. I just want, it's a point of clarity from the Deputy Minister. I heard him indicating, and I think the Minister he must clarify which government, provincial government or national, because in national we know we have a DA-led government of GNU.
It's fine. I think, DM, just to say that in your presentation, you'll give that clarity. On a lighter note, you give that clarity. Let's allow the MEC to lead the presentation.
No. Thank you very much, Chair. No, Northwest is an ANC-led government. My name is Elizabeth Mukua, the MEC of Department of Public Works and Roads. I'm here with the head of the department, Tate Moskanzi, together with the Chief Director, Chweni, and the Director, Chanda. But the report, Chair, safe to say that it was a report of two departments. Department of Public Works worked together with the Department of Education to compile this particular report. But because this particular matter that we are dealing with today, it is on the purview of the Department of Education. We have agreed that the Department of Education will therefore lead the responses in that particular manner, if it is allowed, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, that is fine. Department of Basic Education, DM, you can introduce the responses and the team.
Yeah, good morning, Chair. Good morning to honorable members. Good morning to the Deputy Minister of Public Works, the MEC Public Works, and the MEC Education, and the entire team. Chair, as the Department of Basic Education, we welcome the petition, though, I don't know whether I have to put though, as the Deputy Minister Public Works indicated, when you look at this, to me, it was not a petition, it was a letter written to the Speaker. Because a petition is signed by all petitioners. So this one, it was a letter coming from one member of the SGP to the Speaker, though it might be termed petition, but we all know how petitions are signed. All petitioners, they put their signatures to show that it is our concern as the petitioners. And it's just worrisome that the chairperson of the SGP, who's the leader of the SGP, is not in the meeting. And the principal, who is the CEO of the SGP, is not in the meeting. So I don't know who are we addressing here, but because the Speaker referred the matter to you, Chair, we'll adhere to that, we'll report our part. But here, to me, as education, we are with our staff. We're in an education staff meeting because the component that is there is the teacher component, which it calls for education to have its own in-house meeting and talk about their issues. So it's just unfortunate, but I will allow the MEC for Education to give the response of both Education and Public Works. As Deputy Minister indicated, that we have so many needs and priorities, but the resources might be limited. But at the same time, we care for all the schools. We want the learners to get quality education in all the schools. So yeah, let MEC indicate the side of the education, that as far as we know the school and we know what is happening in the school. Through your permission, Chair, allow me to allow, as I indicated, the DG is in the meeting, is connected virtual, and the DTGs are connected virtual. The MEC is here with the team from Northwest Province. Over to you, MEC.
No, thank you very much, DM, two DMs present here today. And let me start by extending my greetings to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee present here today, and also to allow me to introduce the team Northwest representing the Department of Education. Let me start, Kanna. My name is Ntitsao Viola Mutsumi. I'm the MEC responsible for education in the Northwest Province, and I'm accompanied by the CFO of the Department of Education, Tate Mashao, who is currently acting as the head of the department, and also accompanied by the Chief Director responsible for infrastructure in the department, and also the District Director, Acting District Director of Ngaka Mudiri Molema. As we all know that in our province, we are divided into 4 districts, Bojanala, which is your largest district, biggest district, and seconded by the Ngaka Mudiri Molema. And this particular school is located in Ngaka Mudiri Molema district in the Northwest Province. and also further to introduce the Chief of Staff in the Office of the MEC, Leruntse, and the Director in the Office of the HOD in the Department of Education, Dr. Rabatu. And Dr. Mauzo, who's responsible for administration in the Office of the MEC. Without wasting any time, colleagues, let me start by giving the background. Already the SGB has managed to give the background of that particular school, so that I give a picture of the background of that particular school, Leruntse, Lesedi Secondary School. I must indicate that this particular school is located in one village in Atamelang, in Tswaing sub-district, in Ngakamudiri Molema. And as we all know that our schools are allocated numbers by the Public Works, I must indicate that the EMIS number is 600-10872. And I must indicate that this school, it falls under quintile 2, as we all know that our schools are categorized into quintiles. So it belongs to quintile 2, meaning that it's a non-fee school, and also benefiting from NSNP, and also benefit from Section 21. In terms of learners and staff, I must indicate that the enrollment of our learners for 2025, we are at 835, and we are having 24 teachers. But also importantly to indicate that in terms of the vacancy there, we are having 2 vacancies, one of the principal and one of the head of the department, one of the department in that particular school. And I must indicate that we received the early retirement from the principal last year, October 2024, after closing a circular for advertisement for the principal. But as part of our plans, we are definitely going to advertise that particular post this year. But there are people who are acting. There's an acting principal by the name of Ntate Molantwa, and also there is a person acting in that particular vacancy of departmental head. I must indicate that as the Northwest Province, we are one of the provinces that in 2023, we saw it fit that because of finding out that our schools, most of our schools are struggling in terms of issues of administration, whereby in most instances, our principals spent most of their time doing administration rather than making sure that they monitor that there's a delivery of curriculum. We saw it fit as a province that we must appoint administrators, which are AAs in our schools. All our schools are having AAs, and also our GAs, our general assistants. And the roles and responsibilities of our GAs actually is to upkeeping of our schools, cleaning and everything, and they're paid by the department at the level of the province. Where there's a necessity, where the school wants to make sure that they have extra GAs, we advise them to say that they must go through the SGBs and make sure that maybe they employ other GAs. But this GA, it is paid by us as the Department of Education, and this school is one of the beneficiaries that are having GAs and AAs. Last year performance, 2023, we were at 91.3%, and 2024, we were at 83, we are at 83.9%. So in terms of the background, I think it is very important also, DM, for me to mention that this school is one of the schools that were affected by rationalization policy, where we saw it fit as the Department of Education that 2 schools must be meshed together. It was Tusano Middle School that was having grade 8 to only to grade 9s, and Leruntse Lesedi Secondary School, which were having grade 10, grade 11, grade 10 to grade 12. So it was affected by rationalization. Proper engagement, public participation was done in that particular area of Atamelang, where the community members, together with Kosi, together with the parents, agreed that those particular schools must be meshed. After merging the 2 schools, for us to determine which building to be used, we communicated with the Department of Public Works. As you all know that these assets belong to the Department of Public Works. Then we sent our team of inspectors to go and assess the conditions of 2 buildings of Tusano together with Leruntse Lesedi. Based on the report that we got, it was agreed and resolved that the learners must be moved to Tusano Middle School, Mar, the name must remain as Leruntse Secondary School. When we merged the 2 schools, we ended up having 723 learners all in all. And like I've already indicated, the buildings were inspected, according to our assessment report, we were at C3 meaning that the buildings are fair for accommodating the learners. And I must also indicate that the governing body, SGB school governing body, was elected last year, March 2024. Based on the, I'm tempted, DM, also to indicate to honorable members to say that when it comes to the composition of SGBs all in all are 14, where 2 are teacher representatives, where 1 is a principal, 1 is ordinary teacher, and having 2 learners from from the schools, because it's a secondary school, they must form part of the component. And the rest, 9, are parents components, and 1 is just a non-teaching staff member. So I'm raising this deliberately, Chair, because last year, November, we received a resignation from the secretary of the SGB. And in terms of the structure of the SGB, we are having a chairperson, deputy chair, secretary, deputy secretary, and a treasurer as officials. Going back to the presentation, I must indicate, Chair, that how we have approached this particular presentation. We took some pictures so that portfolio committee have a picture of what does that particular school looks like, especially the structure, because we are here to address concerns relating to issues of infrastructure. As you can see, the first slide there, that is a slide representing the admin block of Leruntse Lesedi Secondary School. You look at the second slide, you'll see it's one of the classes there. That is the structure, the first block. And there is another block there of Leruntse Secondary School. So this is how the school looks like. And it is very important for me also to mention that in terms of the building, the structure, I must indicate that we are having 17 classrooms. We are having 17 classrooms all in all, 10 VIP toilets in that particular school, and 10 precast flushing toilets in Leruntse Secondary School. So the approach was very simple and straightforward, so that we focus on mainly on the concerns raised by the petition. The first concern is in relation with the situation is abnormal for teaching and learning because some classes have cracks all over, the roofs are leaking, and some have no lights. In response, like I've already indicated, the departmental officials have conducted in-logo site visit in that particular school before the schools were moved, before the learners were moved to that particular school, even after there was a site inspection in that particular school. Even after the petition, we went back to that particular school to do the site inspection. After the site inspection, one can confirm that the report that we received from the inspectors are as follows. I've indicated that we are having 17 classrooms all in all. In all classrooms, 17 classrooms that were inspected, one can confirm that there are no cracks which were identified on the walls of those particular classrooms. The alleged cracks identified by the school are actually, you'll see them on the admin block. Not the classrooms, but admin block, as a result of modification of administration block entrance, as well as an expansion joint on classroom, on one of the toilets. There is an expansion joint in one of the toilets, where normally our colleagues are confusing that particular expansion joint as a crack. It's not a crack per se. As we all know that the purpose behind that expansion block is a gap that allows the concrete to expand and contract as when the temperature changes. And they do not compromise the structural integrity of that particular building. So we'll go straight to the pictures to show you the crack that I'm talking about. The slide that you are seeing there is a toilet. The cracks that they are saying there's a crack is that expansion joint there, which is an expansion joint, which is not actually a crack. And we know the purpose or the objective behind us having that particular expansion a joint there to balance the building. As the temperature changes, we know that the structure automatically, it's either it will expand or it will compress. So it's to balance the building. That is the crack that they are talking about. Then we'll go to another crack that I've spoken about in the admission block. the motivation the modification that I spoke about as a resultant of that particular crack. If you can see that particular picture there, I took it deliberately. You look at the size of that particular door, it's an admin block, it's not a classroom. You look at the picture there, you look at the sizes of the two doors there, are no longer the same, but it's the same building. Originally on the left-hand side, that is the original structure after the building of that, after the construction of that particular school. But you can see the second one, now they have reduced the size of that particular door. I believe that maybe the school wanted to insert there a butler door or whatsoever. But because the door was wider than the other one, that is why they saw it fit that they must reduce the size of that particular door. But the problem, what they've done there as a school, as the SGB there, is that there are expansion joints between the door there. But the problem with that particular expansion joints, it was supposed to be from the bottom to the top for the purpose of balance. That is why you are having that particular crack over there. So that is the crack that the SGB is talking about. That is due to modification of the SGB in that particular building. So that is the crack that we have identified on the admin block. If we can go to the next slide. Still on that particular concern that speaks to the cracks all over, I've dealt with the issues of cracks. Now I'll go to the issue of lights, to say that there are no lights in that particular school. We must confirm that initially that particular school, each and every class had lights. There is electricity in that particular school. Through our inspection, we discovered that there are no lights in 8 classes out of 17 classes. And the school had challenges initially with tripping electricity as a result of faults within the school's electrical wiring system. I must indicate that the SGB confirmed, according to our records from the districts, as we know that our districts are the ones that are closer to our schools, they're in charge of our schools. They have confirmed that indeed the SGB conducted ESCOM to investigate the electricity challenges, and ESCOM did not identify any issues at the main distribution board box. I must indicate that it is the responsibility, we'll go through the rules and responsibilities of the SGBs. In terms of maintenance, as the department, we cluster maintenance, we categorize them into 2 categories. There is a maintenance that is regarded as a minor, and there is a maintenance that is regarded as a major. So these are minor maintenance that is supposed to be done by the school governing body. The school governing body are saying the department must go to school and install light bulbs, whereas there is electricity there. And I must indicate from the beginning that I did indicate for the school is receiving Section 21. And 10% of the Section 21 is very clear, is that it's for minor renovations or maintenance. So the school is saying that the department must go to that 8 classes and install on behalf of the department the light bulbs. And I must indicate that through our investigation, this is one of the upkeeping minor maintenance which is supposed to be done by the school governing board. You go to the next slide, we have realized that some of those particular light bulbs are being vandalized. As you can see there, that is the roof of one of the schools there. There's a hole there, you can see how it was deliberate. There's a light bulb, but that particular light bulb is not working. Why is it not working? Because it seems like somebody took wires in that particular class, meaning that is due to vandalization by our own people, but it's minor, something that can be done by the HGB through that particular Section 21. If they are saying Section 21 is not sufficient, also they must write to district office so that they are able to assist them, because these are minor renovations. You go to the second picture there. There is tempering, pure. There's a light bulb, that light bulb is working. But you can see that there's tempering of wires there, and it exposes our learners to danger. Not only our learners, but also our educators. So the SGB are saying the MEC and the department must go there and take that particular wire and make sure that they close that particular hole that you see there that was deliberate. Still on the issue of concerns, now we go for roofings that are leaking. Roof inspection indicates leaks caused by severe weather conditions, vandalism, and lack of maintenance. Yes, we confirm that indeed the roof of that particular school are leaking. But there has been recommendations to this particular school to say that do something about this particular roofing before even you can install the ceilings there, because by installing new ceilings there, you are not doing justice to that particular structure, because leakages automatically it will destroy the very same ceilings. So the leakages have caused the degradation of the ceilings and resultant collapse of the ceiling in the classroom. Yes, the teacher component there is right. We went there. There were some ceilings that were hanging. It was us who cautioned them to say that, are you saying those particular ceilings must fall? Whereas the learners, it exposes danger to both learners and educators and our administrators. We recommended to them to say that, remove those particular hanging, collapsing ceiling before they collapse. And indeed, in some classes, they did adhere to our recommendation as our responsibilities to monitor our schools and making sure that there's safety in our schools. I can indicate that the roof structure is fine, which indicates that the leaking is relatively a new occurrence. The school is responsible for fixing leakages before they get worse and cause avoidable damages like I've already alluded to. The second slide, that is the ceiling. You can see where the ceiling it was intact, but because of leakages there, that is why we end up having that condition of that particular ceiling. If they would have adhered to the recommendations, and we were not supposed to recommend, because it is also their responsibility of making sure that our schools are in good conditions and also the safety of our learners and teachers comes first. But they allowed situation to go like the way it is. Then you go to another one, Leon, is the same ceiling because of the leakages of that particular roofing. I indicated how the conditions of roof trusses after reported leakages are still intact. That is why after recommending to them, instructing them actually to remove those particular hanging ceilings, because really without fixing the roof, we are not addressing the issue. Some of the classes, they did remove, hence that particular picture, to show you the roofs, the nature of our roofs. Hence you are saying the roofs there, as you can see, they're still intact. It's a matter of making sure that there is a minor renovations there, maintenance. Another concern raised, we are done with the roofs together with the cracks, together with the light bulbs, which is part of the petition. The other concern raised by the SGB is that the whole infrastructure is dilapidated and dangerous for learners to use, and this is demoralizing for teaching and learning. Like I've already indicated, condition assessment was conducted in July 2023, and the ratings was 3.7, which means the school buildings were in reasonable and safe conditions for occupation since they fully meet operational requirements. The school needed to do classroom general upkeep, which includes painting, floor repairs, roof repairs, ceiling maintenance, and window cleansing replacement. Regular minor maintenance is essential for each and every school. But furthermore, I must indicate that in terms of the floor there, we have realized that our old structures there, they have been using ceramic tiles instead of vinyl. That is why as a department, we took a decision to say that this ceramic, actually they crack easily and they pose danger to our learners. And we recommended to them to say that this particular ceilings, this particular ceramic tiles, one day they are going to injure a teacher or a learner. Remove them so that we end up having a floor while we are busy budgeting for all the schools now to remove the ceramic tiles as they are not actually assisting us to put the vinyl one. But unfortunately, they are saying it must be us who goes to the school and just to remove them because the floor is still intact. It's only the cracks which pose danger to our learners. Reportedly, the Department of Labor conducted on-site inspection visit at the school on the 7th February 2024 and made recommendation which emphasized the need for minor maintenance. We did not get the report. We saw the report as part of the petition. But if you look at the recommendation of the very same report, are the same as the report from the Department of Education to say that this particular GB, this particular school needs just a minor renovations. Departmental health and safety officials visited the schools in August 2024 and made findings and recommendations to the schools mainly about minor maintenance. Health and safety officials were really not happy about the conditions of the toilets there. To say that, SGB, what are you doing in making sure that you clean your toilets? Because you are having 20 toilets all in all. Clean the toilets. The toilets are not blocked. The toilets are there, but the problem is that they are not clean. They're not in good conditions, actually, for our learners and our teachers to be using the very same toilets. Why not? Even the department said, come up with something, campaigns, letsema. You can call the parents to come and clean the toilets. The SGBs are saying the office of the MEC and the district must come down and clean toilets on behalf of their learners. And on top of that, like I've already indicated, we are paying, there is a general assistant whose responsibility is to upkeep the school in making sure that that particular school is clean. If it's one, they can actually have your letsema. They can also hire maybe two temporarily there in making sure the toilets are clean. Rona, when we were growing up, TM, we used to have a roster where learners, Mondays, we know these particular learners are the ones who goes and clean toilets. Ling, these other learners, or if you are punishing learners who are misbehaving, you can take them to go and clean those particular toilets. But unfortunately, the SGB is saying we must go there. I thought the toilets were blocked or are not in good conditions. But we went there, we saw the toilets. They're in good conditions, even though they vandalized some, what you call doors and there. But they are flushing toilets. They're saying we must go there and clean on behalf of them. The circuit manager visited the school and advised them on the general keep up of the school. There is an allegation to say that the circuit manager came only after the petition. We do have a portfolio of evidence. In our schools, honorable members, when you visit each and every school, there's a logbook. That logbook, you must make sure that you log that particular book by making sure that you put your information to say that on this particular day, we visited this particular school, these are our findings. We do have that particular logbook with that particular information, whereby the circuit managers have been actually visiting that particular schools with the recommendations. Then the other concern, on the 5th August 2024, the Chief Directorate, Human Resource Management Directorate, Employee Health and Wellness visited our schools. They also compiled a report which will attach but no progress. I must indicate that the very same Chief Directorate responsible for Human Resource Management belongs to the Department of Education. And it was sent by the Department of Education to Leruntse Secondary School. But they are saying there was never been visited at any given point. But we do have a proof and portfolio of evidence to say that many officials from different directorates have been visiting that particular school. Hence, in that particular petition, they've indicated or there was a chief directorate, human resource, that visited their school and compiled a report. And I must attest before the portfolio committee to say that the findings there, based on the inspection, were issues, there were recommendations to the schools, but even today they have not complied. So you look at the findings are there, talks about fire safety because the fire extinguishers there were operational but not regularly serviced, where some of them they expired. And there was a recommendation from us as the department to the school to say that it deals with the school safety, do something about servicing these fire extinguishers. And the other issues, it was in relation to environmental compliance, that issue of leaking roofs and broken missing floor tiles by our department to the school. And recommendations were done to the school, but none. Lighting, the same applies to that, to say that it's only a few classes. Find somebody who will be able to come and assist the school with wiring and making sure you buy bulbs for each and every class, because it can't be that 8 classes, they don't have lights and other classes are having lights. And we must treat our learners, all of them, the same. That was the recommendation that they are speaking about, that is from the Department of Education, and claiming to say that we have not been visiting the schools. So those were the issues that were raised by us to the school. And the recommendations were made, to the schools. The sanitation, it was very clear, maintain clean ablution facilities and construct additional toilets where necessary. Hence, we saw it fit that also we must provide them with extra additional toilets. General maintenance, ensure all electrical and structural work is conducted, qualified professionals to maintain safety and so on. After realizing there were that wires and so on, to say that please make sure that in future you hire somebody with experience and qualified. And the other concern, the toilets are horrible and do not meet the health standards required by the Department of Health, and school is still using pit toilets. There's no such. In that particular school, from my introduction, I did indicate that we built them 10 VIP toilets and 10 precast flushing toilets. And the reason why we are balancing the flushing with the VIPs is because in Northwest, as you know, we are predominantly rural. We are affected by the underground water. In most instances, our boreholes are dry. That is why, to avoid disruption in terms of teaching and learning, because it's our policy and we are the custodians, we make sure that we balance. That is why we're having that. So there's no traditional long drop pit toilets. I've already indicated a qualified general assistance is there. Stable running water source from a borehole is there in that particular school. Like I've already indicated, toilets require thorough cleaning from the department. So there are pictures there also, because whatever the response, it goes with a picture. Those are the 10 precast flushing toilets that we built for Leruntse Lesedi Secondary School. If you can go to the next slide. These are the VIP toilets which are not taken care of because they're dirty. These are the conditions there. If you can go to the next slide. These are the flushing ones. You can see how there's element of vandalism there, but it's all about cleaning the toilets to be clean for both our learners. So these are the toilets, the conditions of the toilets. Then I think appreciation must be given also to the SGB, because it's not like not all the recommendations were not adhered to. If you can see there, and apologies for that young man on that picture, but if you can see there, these are the toilets, the VIP toilets. Just next to the young man there, there's that part just next to him, Mustupu Mole. There was vandalization there. There was an open hole in that part. But after our recommendation as the department, the SGB managed to close that particular hole. If we can go to the part, yeah, the hole. That is the hole over there. Initially, we cautioned them, and then indeed they adhere as the SGB. They made sure that they close that particular hole. So where they've closed the hole, more that part where there's a young man helping himself there. Next slide. Then what we have done as the department, so that we give the portfolio committee a background in terms of the rules and responsibilities of our SGBs. There is an annexure there from DBE, where all of us, we are expected by now, the SGBs are aware of their roles and responsibilities. And by the way, immediately after the elections of the SGBs, they go through capacity workshops. And I can confirm for this SGB is one of the SGBs that went for capacity workshops where they were taught in terms of their roles and responsibilities, so that there is any confusion. The roles and responsibilities are clear and straightforward for general upkeep, cleaning indoors of the core, picking up papers, cleaning outdoor driveways, cleaning, maintaining gardens, grounds, and planting flowers, installation of watering flower, and so on, cleaning and managing the facilities there. Everything is there. Minor repairs is there. For furniture and fitting, doors and windows is the responsibility of the SGB. Tightening loose screws, closing hairline cracks and patching surface scratches on the walls. Tightening loose screws, everything is there. What is contained in the petition, it is there as part of proof that it is the roles and responsibility of the SGB. And they are aware of what is expected from them because they went through capacity workshops after the elections. If we can go to the next slide. So it's just for information sharing in terms of the roles and responsibilities so that honorable members also convince themselves, go through and try to align themselves with the presentation so that tomorrow I must not be seen as somebody who came here and justify wrong things. The fact of the matter is that we are Department of Education. Safety of our learners and teachers are our priority. And we are having different responsibilities, and the SGBs are part of the Department of Education. Other concerns that were raised. The Northwest Department of Education is aware of this situation. It's true, we are aware of the situation, and we do have a proof and records that we are aware of this situation. And there's an allegation that we kept quiet. We have submitted letters of request, but they never responded. There was never been any letter. By the way, we have been aware of the situation because each and every year, circuit managers' responsibility is to make sure that they go and monitor our different schools. That is why you go to the logbook, the information is there as an indication that that school, it was one of the schools that was monitored with a recommendation to that particular school. Officials only visit schools that have not have good infrastructure. There's no such. As a proof that indeed we are aware of this situation, this is a summary of what happened. I must indicate that the SGB of Leruntse Lesedi Secondary School and teacher representative visited the MEC's office in August 2024 last year and raised the following issues. And it was not only the issue of infrastructure. They've raised an issue of saying where they don't have EMIS number to use after the schools were merged. There were two different EMIS numbers. They are supposed to have one. Then we took that particular school, Leruntse Lesedi, and give it back to the Public Works. Then we left with only one EMIS number. On that particular day, when the SGB members visited my office, we resolved that particular matter there. That is why even today they are having that EMIS number. And I've indicated the number there. They've raised existence of two accounts causing administrative complications. Remember, there's two schools merged. So they were still having two accounts, but only accessing one, unable to access the other. And we know when it comes to these account numbers, I mean the accounts of each and every school, it depends on each and every head of each and every learner. So it was disadvantaging them in terms of issues of administration. The office of the MEC on the same day communicated with the relevant officials in the department, and they've resolved that particular matter within a week. And as I'm speaking to you, the school uses only one account. They are no longer encountering the issue of two accounts through the office of the MEC, but there's an allegation to say that we never resolved, we never said anything, we never gave them any attention in that particular regard. The other issue that they've raised, it was in relation with PYEI, Presidential Youth Employment Program of the President, where they were indicating where they're having 21 beneficiaries all in all, but it's only the beneficiaries that belongs to Leruntse Lesedi that are getting the stipend. The ones from Tusanong Secondary Middle School, they are not getting that stipend. The office of the MEC entertained them, addressed that particular matter as a matter of urgency. They've called the relevant official. The relevant official indeed resolved that particular matter. By the end of that particular month, all the 21 beneficiaries were compensated. They received their stipend. They went further to indicate the issue of infrastructural challenges. Immediately after raising those particular infrastructural challenges, colleagues, the department saw it fit that we must provide that particular school with 4 mobile classrooms. And the mobile classrooms are still there in that particular school. But the SGB is saying we're not caring about them, we don't care about them, they raised issues, we never entertained those particular issues. And the reason why we provided with them with those particular mobile classroom was to deal also with the issue of overcrowding in that particular school. And we do have evidence. We'll show you the 4 mobile classrooms that we provided that particular school. There's a mesh wire fencing that was part of the discussions. There was an allegation to say that the contractor only came on site ka January. I'm happy that they mentioned that January. When it comes to procurement, Honorable Chair, you don't just wake up and procure to say that tomorrow you must go and build. There are SCM processes that needs to be followed. I must indicate that as the Department of Education, we have taken upon ourselves to say that we are having this campaign to get rid of this mobile classroom because they are costing us, but we don't have a choice. We have to provide our schools as a temporary solution. The contractor was appointed last year, before December, before we go for festive. And the contractor did report January. As I'm speaking to you, there's a foundation, there's a building, there's some work done in that particular school. But we are told to say that we never gave the school any necessary support as the department. So we'll go straight to the pictures there as a portfolio of evidence of what I've said here. The mobile classrooms that I spoke about are that ones. There are 4 all in all. We provided, they are saying we must go there and clean the yard. As you can see, there's a grasses all over there. It's one of the issues that they are raising. So, but we'll work together. SGBs belongs to us, DM, whether we like it or not. What we want is quality education and proper structure for our schools. So those are the mobile classrooms that we provided them. If we can go to the next slide. The running water, the borehole, there's water there provided by the Department of Education because it's our responsibility. The electricity is functioning in that particular school. If we can go to the next slide so that we conclude. There's a progress. And we took this picture January, not now. I believe that by now, maybe there's a huge progress there. The contractor came in January, he was appointed last year to deal with the issues that was raised by the SGB. But also, I must indicate, colleagues, some disturbing. I don't have a choice because we are in Parliament. I'm also a member of the provincial legislature. We took an oath. I must indicate that the very same school, for the inspection, only to find out that they have rented the very same contract, 2 classes. Those particular 2 classes are not occupied by our learners, but a contractor. They are generating money. And there is nothing wrong with that, it's allowed by ACB. But the problem is that we're unable to balance. At the same time, we are having structural problems, we are having overcrowding. We don't have a lab, a science lab. But there are 2 classes that are being rented to a contractor by the ACB. And what is disturbing is that what we saw there is something saying, there must be consequence management, not to say because of people are being victimized or whatsoever. But we have to make sure everything is intact in our schools and we protect our learners and our teachers. The next slide, officials do not visit dilapidated schools. We do not want to be defocused. We focus mainly on that particular school with evidence to prove that as the department, we have been paying attention to Leruntse Secondary School all along. If you say, you can see there's just a summary. For last year only, 2024, 30 subject advisors visited that particular school. Infrastructure, 4 times, it was visited 4 times. That one is 30 times. Circuit managers visited that particular school 5 times. NSNP and others. This is because we are having a route form and we are having a logbook. So we get this particular information from a logbook. But the SGB is saying we never visited the school. But maybe it's me, DM, and I must apologize on behalf of the portfolio committee members. I've set a precedence whereby normally I would go straight to school by school. I have this open door policy where normally where there's a challenge, immediately I go to that particular school. Unfortunately, last year we're dealing with examination. That is why I sent officials, because of the officials confirmed that consistently they've been visiting that particular school. Hence, I saw it fit that I must focus more other schools because it's not like it's only the very same, it's not only the school that is having a challenge. But I commit before the portfolio committee, or maybe if I can go there as the MEC personnel, it's only when the SGB will recognize to say that the officials or the department is visiting the school. The next slide is just evidence of the logbooks that we are talking about and so on. If you can go to the next slide. Just information sharing. And then you go to, there's another concern. According to our investigation, learners who attend school away from their communities end up dropping out. I must make sure that as the department, we did not provide this particular school with scholar transport deliberately. Why? Because the two schools that were meshed are just adjacent to each other, they're closer to each other. And it's a village. All the learners there are being accommodated by Leruntse Secondary School. It's only few who chose to actually travel from your Atamelang to neighboring schools. There are other schools, your Patima and this other school. So they chose to go there because of preference of the parents, and we cannot stop them from registering their learners with those particular respective schools. But the schools, two schools, are adjacent to each other. Learners are not walking long distances. In most instances, you'll find only few moving from other areas or villages to the school because of preference. But all the schools, Leruntse is not measuring in maths and science. There are other subjects. The same applies to Pasima and other schools. So there's a concern, according to our investigation, I mean, the enrollment there, there's an allegation to say that in Leruntse, there's a high dropout rate, and this is due to distance or whatsoever. So this is just an information sharing to say that in 2023, we had 723 learners all in all. 2024, we had 744. 2025, which is current academic year, we are having 836. If you look at the numbers, they are increasing, not decreasing. But I must indicate that in 2023, after the merging, this is the information that we got, that 7 grade 8s, they drop out based on different reasons. Others, they will tell you, they are no longer want to go to school, just like that. They want to go to farms and find such things. And some will tell you, the ages, grade 8 is 20 or something. Now he feel ashamed or whatsoever to go back to school. But mostly others were pregnant, and others, we don't know the reasons behind. Grade 9, there were 2, grade 10, 17, and 11, 9. Then there are no records of, for 2024, we don't have any records for dropouts because we believe when you transfer one learner to another school, it's not a dropout. He's transferred from your Leruntse Lesedi to another school, and we do have proof of that because they have to get the transfer letter from the principal. So for 2024, grade 8, it was only one who was transferred to another school. Grade 9, it was 18, only the transfers to other schools. Grade 10, 5 transferred, the other one is deceased. And grade 11, it was 5, also the transfers because of preference of the parents. The other concern, the labor department visited our school on the 7th to do inspection. They made recommendation to be fulfilled by the department, but till today, no official ever visited our school and see for themselves. I believe that I've responded to this thing with information, with portfolio of evidence to say that we have been visiting this particular school consistently. So, and I did indicate we never received any report from labor. We saw it as part of the petition, but we went through the recommendation. The recommendations are the same as ours as the department, where the schools was supposed to do minor renovation. The other concern, the biggest disadvantage is for learners who chose maths and science as their major subject. Most of them are traveling 20 kilometers away to follow schools that have labs. And our schools does not even have a lab for learners to do their practical experiments, hence poor results. I must indicate that we are having more than 1,400 and something schools across the province. According to our old plans, that the schools, most of our schools did not have the labs, only those that are measuring in maths and science. This is one of the schools that are not measuring in maths and science. They're having maybe 20-something learners or 30, if I'm not mistaken, whom that are doing a maths and science. But I must indicate that regardless whether they don't have a maths lab, what we've been doing as the Department of Education, we have to make sure that our learners are exposed to experiments, because all learners must be treated equally and they must also have exposure to this particular experiment. That is why the teacher conducts experiments using visual simulation, where normally they are having the projector. All our learners are having tablets. In that particular tablets, the content there also include the experiments. They are able to see the experiments in one of our apps there. And also the teachers uses the projector just to explain the experiments, the material, the apparatus, and so on. But from this particular meeting, we'll request school to turn the 2 classes that they've rented to a contractor, at least to start using them as a lab, because it seems like there are more classes there because they are able to rent out some of the classes there. So one of our plans. Then in terms of way forward, colleagues, and apologies for taking long. Plan support to the school and way forward. The school, like other schools, each and every year, each and every financial year, we make sure that we budget for infrastructural repairs. So this particular school will be one of the schools that are being prioritized, especially for the leaking of the roofs there, because without addressing that particular matter, we'll continue having this particular issue in 2025-2026 financial year. Already as a department, we have appointed management contractors. We'll start with repairs this year from May until August. Additional renovation to follow after the urgent repairs are completed. And SGB will be given dedicated training again on its roles and responsibilities concerning school infrastructure upkeep and minor maintenance in April, May 2022. As the MEC, I'll also visit the school and make sure where there are programs needed, where we are engaging ordinary community members and our traditional leaders to assist us in terms of having our litsema so that we clean our school and our toilets. So as part of our next year, what we have done, Chairperson, we have provided the portfolio committee with extra information regarding the condition, general conditions of our schools in the Northwest. I've indicated that we are having your conditional assessment each and every after 4 years. Where necessary, that's where we can visit the school and do some inspection in that particular regard, as we are having challenges, DM, in terms of the conditions of our schools. We are actually struggling in terms of maintenance because the numbers have increased because of NSNP. We are providing our learners with food. That is why now we are no longer having that dropouts. Instead, we are having more learners. So instead of renovating, we are forced either to buy your mobile classrooms or to build more new schools so that it accommodates all our learners across the province. Thank you very much, DM. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is that all from both departments? No additions? Okay, MEC.
No, I think, Chair, it is important to say that, like I said, when I requested my learned friend from the Department of Education to present that this was a collective responsibility, and indeed, the resolutions as forwarded by her are resolutions that we have agreed that now that some issues, pertinent issues are raised, the Department of Public Works and Education will collectively attend to those matters, and that those particular interventions that the MEC has spoken on, the Department of Public Works agrees that will also plan in also because we are responsible for the infrastructure to make sure that the Department of Education indeed correct those particular matters. I think largely we are covered by the presentation by the MEC of Education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If that is all, members, as I would have outlined the process, that then we're going to allow the members of the portfolio committee to ask questions for clarity, to engage with both the presentation of the petitioners and the response presentation by the departments. I am going to note hands, and from there on, we'll give both the petitioners and the department the last round to respond where we've asked questions. And then we will then have a summary of recommendations to the office of the speaker. I'm going to note hands. Okay, Honorable Komani, Honorable Shkwambana, I'm sorry, I apologize. You'll be the third, and then Honorable Kwavana, the Honorable the Bag, Honorable Jordan, Honorable Christians, the Honorable at the Bag, yourself, Honorable Low, Honorable Matangu, and you'll be the last speaker. In that order, Honorable Komani.
Ga ke menele tshwete ke teketse mongaka modulasetulo ko go leboge ke be ke tšee sebaka se go tamiša deputy minister le MEC tše di lego mo le bao di official di lego gona ke se ke ka lebala mongwaledi wa rena le bamphato ka thoko le bona ke a ba tamiša ke tamišile baetapele ba ka ba lego mo gaufi le rena. Sa mathomo ga ke thome ka go leboga di presentation ka moka go tšwa go balli ke be ke fetišetše go collective report ye e tšwa go Department of Public Works le Department of Education. Re leboga nako ya lena le itšere go letetsotsoropha bakoni motho o rialo. Jwalo ga re laetše gore re swanetše go reta re leboge go ba le di SGB tša go swana le tše di fetilego. I wish it should have be like that the whole country. Somebody somewhere a ka nagana gore di SGB tše ga di nape di na le tsebo e itšego, but the fact remain ke gore they are very brave to stand up and say their concern. Then go tle mahlong a rena re re e tloga e laetša e le tshepedišo e rutlago mabapi le gore seswana se a bolela se re molato wa tšhemong o sekelwa mollwaneng ena o seka ke basenyi le beng ba tšhemo. Go te khwetša go se go ba wa hlapa mahlong gore re dule ka fa ka balli gomme balli ba seke ba gona le ba fege lefateng kwa mo e lego gore we need their presence here. They should have formed part of us here. And even now, the department have a portfolio of evidence, but because some have been sabotaged not to form part of this city, we can't be able to see their portfolio of evidence. We are not sure if the Department of Education have just made a choice of their choices to go to where maybe it can represent them. They took pictures there. It is not complete. And now we're gonna not say it is. We say it is not complete. Then, lefapeng la go leboga SGB, ke laetse gore ba berekile ka gore the department on the other level is self-exposed. Ka lebaka la gore go laetša gabotse gore they only believe in a theory measures. When they took our SGB, introduced them to workshops, they don't come back to make sure if these people have really understood of what have to be done. They just take them and then did the what of workshops, then they leave it like that, and then iba selomoliro. Re thoma go lemoga gore re a re reša ga re lenaneo la tshepedišo ya thuto ya gabo rena le te tšhamme ka theory. And ga lena supervision. Mo go laetša lešoba la go tšwa ka gare ga Department of Education, gore go na le di-element tše di laetšago gore they don't care. Ena go laetša gabotse gore dikolo tše ntšhi tše di nago le mathata a go feta sekolo se sa le re ke sepuputlana ba re ke mang Leruntse, ke mathata a e le gore a aparetše dikolo ka bontšhi, mo e lego gore go laetša gore go na le bothata bjo le gore bo ka ba bo le gona, o lebelele ka mokgwa e lego gore tshepedišo ya structure e ba ka gona. Lenaneo la gore gona bjale re tetemogele gore le complaina ka gore committee ga e felele, seo se re laetša gore go na le something ka mogare. Ena ga se ra ba ra kgona gore re ka fitlhelela go tseba gore why the secretary a resign ya SGB as the presentation e laeditše gore secretary o resign. Go bo le bohlokwa gore re be re ka kgona go kwa gore secretary e resignetšeng, e le se se tlo go tla go se kgone go tla se re leader gore re kgone go dira diphihlelelo. Re dumela gabotse gore the workshop tša rena, I once was a chairperson of SGB somewhere, then ke dumele gore kgonagalo ke e ntšhi mabapi le di-principal tša rena mo dikolong, especially bona ka gore ba na le mathata gore they don't have principal, they have acting principals. Maybe that is why they experience these problems. But I don't say that because maybe it can be a short term without that principal. But ke laetše gore di SGB tše ntšhi dikolong tše ntšhi ke di-dressing table, their word are not taken by their principals. For an example, I've been singing this for a long time. Somebody, they will end up calling us Baba Rodi. Then so it is right. The soprano is no more singing. It's right to be Baba Rodi so that some can understand what is a soprano. There is a school in Western Cape. They call it SJ Mary. We have made a report about them. The SGB there don't have a word. Of all what they raised is neglected. And then they even don't make held meetings. And they are all of the same department of basic education. You can see the loophole. That's why I want us to celebrate this SGB, that now their focus want to be taken to a direction where they don't understand their duties by the Department of Education. Then so the Department of Education as general, it must start to look at this back. What is happening behind after the workshops? The workshops is not enough. Really, it is not enough. After the workshop, they must make sure that they have inspectors, people who will rover around the schools. As the minister and the deputy minister, they are not Holy Spirit. They can't make it alone. They have to deploy people. Then so we believe in that. There must be a team. They will go through the schools. And the principals themselves, they must show that they are representing Department of Education. They are hired by Department of Education. We must never, ever, at our lifetime, have to reach a situation whereby the SGB have to make a petition. Section they can take care of it. It must be a very shame to the department, so that the SGB just undermine them to come to the parliament. Why? You must ask yourself question. No, don't take me head on.
You had your
Deputy
chance.
Minister, can you behave, please?
You had your chance. What, is it an order to the department? We don't respond to each other in that manner, because then we're going to create a dialogue. So we allow the speaker to conclude, because you're going to be given an opportunity to respond after the engagements and the questions from the members, so that we maintain the decorum of the sitting. Continue, Honorable Command.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can you apologize at DM for me for what we've done?
Honorable Komani, that is order members, order members, order members, order members. My ruling was that we don't do that.
Thanks very much.
There was
Chair.
never a ruling for any other thing, but to say we don't do that. So let's
thanks very
continue and let's refrain from having these side conversations.
Thanks very much. Thanks
Mani,
very much,
continue, yes.
our chair of not the session of the portfolio committee. Yeah, it is things that it makes us to be here today. It's because of this such behavior of a deputy minister to expose ourselves that what is being brought here is because of such behaviors. Even her department, that is why it's like this, because it's what it's doing to our schools. Then so we'll get used. There is no problem. Thank you very much.
Honorable Yanga, Honorable Yanga, are you
I'm
raising
speaking
an
my mind.
order? Honorable Governor, are you raising an order? Are you raising an order, Honorable Governor?
No, I'm
If
finishing
we
my
want to
story.
speak, honorable members, I will not say you can't speak, but you raise your hand, you raise an order if you want to raise an order. We listen to the order, then we rule on the order. That way we'll have serious decorum. Then we'll conclude, because those petitioners that are the part of the meeting, they are expecting us to conclude the meeting with recommendations.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. Ke go leboga mokone, ke laetse gore nako e o mphelego, e santse gore ke dumele le gore ke e šomiše gore ke e senye. No poti a santse gore a nthuše yona, it's my time. Then so ke santse gore ke e berekiše. A ko go leboge, ke leboge le go gakantšhwa gore mohlomongwa ke feletse ke hloka direction ya gore ke kae. But ke laetse gore re dumela gore Department of Education ga e be le mananeo a ile go gore a tla kgona go šala morago go hlahla di SGB tša rena gore ka morago ba tla ba re ga ile go raya gore go ba le diphoso ba kgone go ba le maikarabelo ka gore gone jwale ga re retireditše, the only measures that they apply is only workshop. After workshop ke moka le diketše ga bana team ye e kgone go tsamaya e ya ka morago go ya go lebelela dikolo tša rena. Ena ke sa boeletša gape go leboga the very same team e re thuša go ka laetša gore the whole country re na le di-problem tše di fetago tša sekolo se. Sekolo se na le di-problem tše nnyane mara SGB ya sona e kgonne go ema ka maoto, and it will be a lesson go di-SGB tše dingwe le go dihlogo tša sekolo le dikolo ka bophara gore ba kgone go tseba gore ba be le šomišano le neeletšano le dikolo kudu-kudu ka gore di-SGB tša rena re a tseba gore ke ino ba go tshepiša mo dikolong ga gona phetho tše e le gore ga ba di tšea di šalwa morago ba gatelelwa gore diphetho tša bona di seke di ba di a tšewa. Jwale ka gore bjalo ga ke leboge ke be ke dumele gore it will be a lesson go di-department tšeo ba ithuti se sengwe gore se ke rata re te kgwetša re kgobokane mo. Ena ntho nngwe e le gore ke dumele gore ke tšweletše ke ya gore go bo go rategile gore pele lenanego le le letšisitšego mo ke be ke lebeletše kgogakgogano e bile go gona mathomong go be le tsela ye kaone ya go ka lekola diemo tše di tlago ka mogare ga palamente. Yes, of course, yes. Ke nnete gore petition e swanetše gore e be le ditsela tshepedišo tše di itšego le diemo tše di itšego pele e tla mo goreng. Then so ke dumela gore whatever through grammar or spelling, even platform may be wrong, but the message get heard. And then that is why we should have continue with this, even if it is not looking like a petition. It's looking like a letter from somewhere to somewhere. But so the message, ke se se le go bohlokwa re dutse go dimo ga sona. Ga ke re ga jwalo ke se ke ka re ke feditše mokone ke for ra gore go fihla jwalo ke thekga megoma ke tlo re ka nako ga e fihlile ke tlo e thegolla. Ke ya go leboga modulasetulo.
Honorable Shkombana.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you and the fellow committee members and the MECs that are here. And
Excuse me, Honorable Chair, the interpretation or later?
Oh, yes, yes. Please do the interpretation, a summary of the interpretation.
Thank you very much.
Apologies, Honorable Shkwambana. So this is our interpreter who was supposed to do interpretation. So Okay, let me try to understand, Mr. Brown. Are they not interpreting as the speaker is on the platform through the earphones?
The understanding, Chairperson, but I'm trying to get, we're trying to get through to them to help us with that.
Have they been interpreting whilst Honorable Coman was on the floor?
I couldn't hear anything.
No, they were not interpreting. Okay, please, let's rectify that, but let's allow them to give that interpretation for the benefit of the members who could not hear Honorable Coman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the department, to the ministers of both departments and all protocol observed. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the collective reports from both the Department of Basic Education and the Department of Public Works. We would like to start by saying that we really salute the SGB of this school. They have tried their level best. They are faced with only few challenges, but they managed to stand up for their school and their community. We know that we have got many schools out there that are faced with more serious challenges than these ones, but they do not do anything. They do not stand up for their children. So this proves some serious or some great bravery from the members of the SGB. So I would like to say it is very important to make sure that when we workshop, when the department workshop these members of the SGB, they should not just workshop them and then leave it at that point. They must make sure that they make follow-ups and further workshops so that they make sure that these members of the SGB understand their responsibilities and what is expected of them. So it should not be like our education system, which is only focused on theory. Please, after educating them, make follow-ups and make sure that you even have a team of inspectors who are able to revert back to them to say, okay, to understand that they understood what the information that has been imparted in those workshops. So, and then it's very sad that today we are meeting here and it's not everybody who was supposed to be here. The chairperson of the SGB is not here. The principal is not here. So the principal must know that he is the head of the school and he is supposed to be, and he has been appointed by the department, and he's supposed to attend these kind of meetings to represent the government. So we know that in most cases, SGBs are just there because it's a requirement that they are there. So we are really proud of this SGB that came before us today to show that it's not in every case where it's only not in every school where SGB is just there for the sake of us saying we have SGB. They are there and then they are working. And also I would like to emphasize the fact that let us follow up after workshopping them. And the Department of Education must have programs to make sure that they keep on, they follow on the workshops that they've given to our SGBs. So, and another point that arose here was the fact, the matter of the fact that the petition didn't follow some certain conditions. But what is important here is that we got the message, we know what is happening in that school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shkwambana.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, I won't go back to the greeting part. I think I've greeted. So, Chair, I think we have a serious problem. When I look all these two presentations that are here before us, Chair, as members of Parliament, more particularly members of the Portfolio Committee, our responsible is to do oversight and also make sure that we hold executive accountable. And in that process, as we do oversight, we must not just have this type of a meeting just to tick boxes that we have attended to the issue of the petitioners. You will recall when we started this meeting, I questioned on the procedure on how we are actually proceeding. Here before us, we're supposed to have the principal of the school, like the deputy minister said when she was speaking. We're supposed to have all the petitioners present here before us, not to these things of Zoom. Because the petitioners, when they were busy with their report, they are saying pictures, these pictures, that, but there were no indication of those pictures like the department when they were doing their presentation. And above all, Chair, the members of Portfolio Committee, both Public Works and the Basic Education, we should have done at least a physical oversight visit to this particular school before we call ourselves and come here and sit, because we are coming here to speak of two people who are speaking against each other. And until now we can't say anything because we have never done that oversight visit. We don't know the corner which the petitioners they are actually speaking about to say is correct. Maybe the part that the department is showing us is the one that favors them, like what Honorable Komana said. But there's another part which the SGB is referring to. And the Portfolio Committee is here. You want to listen to those people. Listen to those people on what? Because you don't know this school. You have never been to this school. Why are you calling these people to come here? To come and listen. And then you tick box that, yeah, we have attended the matter of, what is the name of this school? It's so, Leruntse Secondary School. It's not assisting us. I'm not sure now, Chair, what should we say here? Because we've got two people who are speaking against each other here. This one says there are cracks. This one says you are lying. There's no cracks. It's a joint. We're joining. That is why there's. So who must we believe now if we have never done our oversight? So next time, when we want to attend to this type of issues, we must take ourselves serious as the committee. We must go to that school ourselves and satisfy ourselves with facts so that when we call them, they come here, we've got facts. We don't listen to these gossips that are going on here. It's gossips. And the next thing, we are going to overrule the cries of the SGB only to find out that the SGB is correct. Or you rule against the department only to find out the department is correct. So it's us, the Portfolio Committee, who have never done our work. Because we don't know what is happening there. So I want to really engage these things. I want to really engage these things, but it becomes difficult because I don't know from which point are we engaging these things. But also, Deputy Minister, we've got a serious crisis in South Africa. Most of our schools in South Africa are not in good conditions. And it is good because we've got the public works with us here, even though the Deputy Minister ran. We do have the Department of Basic Education here. January, when schools were reopening, I said these things in our previous meeting. We visited schools. Physically, we saw these things happening there. And when I get to see this petition coming from the SGB, I relate to some of the schools that were visited to say, indeed, it might be true. Because we visited schools and we have found cracks in these buildings that we are having there. We have found serious problems in terms of their toilets there. Our schools do not have water. There are no proper roads going towards the school itself. It's a mess. So, Deputy Minister, you are here as a minister because Minister, she's not in our presence. I repeat, I say let's go back to our schools as the department, as the portfolio chair, because these schools need us there. I spoke about a school in Limpopo, Muime Primary School. That school, I even have pictures. There are cracks everywhere. Those kids are attending in a school where there's serious cracks. Anytime the building can collapse. And when I look at the history of the school was built in 1953 with no maintenance. And now what I'm getting here is that the department will send their inspectors, they go and inspect, like the report we are receiving here, to say those are minor maintenance issues. And minor maintenance issues are supposed to be dealt or attended to by the SGB or the school itself. Okay, well enough in this scenario, in this case of this petition that brought us here. You went there as the department, MEC. You have identified that these are minor problems. And you have recommended to the school and the SGB to say these are the things that you need to do. And you correctly say in your report that they don't do it. They are expecting us as a department to come and do it, which is not our responsibility to do. That's what you are saying in your report. But as the department, because this is your school, because when school gets 100%, who announces results? It's you. When these kids are doing well there, who celebrates, who takes the trophy? It's you, it's not SGB. You invite SGB. So now this SGB you have recommended to them. You have recommended to this school to say, these are the things that you must do because they are minor. What are the consequence management? Because they're not doing what you are saying. What are you doing in terms of follow-up? To say this, we said do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you did not do. Unlike coming to us and telling us, but we told them they are not doing. Level number A, we told them we want them to do. So you are chasing each other. So what are the consequence management that you are putting in place as the department to say, but if you are not going to do these things by this time, this is what is going to happen to you? To ensure that those things are done, because we are endangering the lives of our kids in these classrooms. So I just wanted to actually understand those things to say, where do we get to hold them accountable? Where's your part there? What's your role there? To hold these people that you forever go, do oversight, do your inspections, and find some of the things, and you still even recommend for them, but they're not complying. If they don't comply, it ends there. That is why these people now, they've jumped you. They've jumped the public works. They've came to us to cry because they think there's no one who's listening to them. And you said to them, do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they did not do. Why didn't you go back to them and check? But we have recommended 2 weeks back or a month later that you must do 1, 2, 3, 4. Have you done it? We were not going to sit and have this type of a meeting here. But I think, I don't want to call it that we have wasted our time to come here because we have 2 reports, Chair, that are just against each other and it's not assisting us. Next time, before we call these people, we must do our work ourselves as the portfolio committee, so that we are able to tell them to say, but the person who's wrong here, it's you, the department. The person who's wrong here, it's you, Public Works, or the department. Because you see now, both Public Works and the department, they are fine. They are saying these ones are not doing, they are even recommending they must go back to training. Because in their mind is that SGB do not even understand their roles. And we are unable to actually give a proper analysis and a proper advice as a committee to say, but Public Works, here is your fault. Department, here is your fault because we have never done our work. So in my conclusion, Chair, we must not do these things again. Let's do our work properly so that we are able to hold people accountable. I hear the MEC even in a presentation make mention of this school. Why are they not in terms of the cleaning of their toilets? She says there are no issues in the toilet. That's what the MEC says. The toilets are fine, are still in good condition, but the only problem is that they're not cleaning their own toilets. They can't expect the department to come and clean toilets for themselves, which is, she is correct. They can't expect the department to clean the toilets. But she made mention of one fact to say they are providing a cleaner, if I'm not mistaken, if I've actually captured you correct. There's a cleaner that you are providing, that you are paying as the department yourselves, but that person is one. Let's have a situation, maybe their toilets are dirty like they are, or they are not being taken care of like they are, and then the one cleaner is not enough. We are recommending to say they must have at least other means to say how they make sure or their toilets are clean. SGB, the department is correct. Your toilets must be clean. But if you need more or you need hand, go to the department, ask the department to add 3 workers again so that they can assist this one worker who's working there, who's not enough there. Because also again, Chair, it's very worrying that the SGB says there are pit toilets in the school. The department says it's a lie. There's no such a thing. And then what makes the SGB to lie? Let's start there. What makes the SGB to just come and write to Parliament? I think we must take actions. These people, we must call them. They must come here and tell us why do they lie. And before we hold them accountable why they lie, we must go there and satisfy ourselves. Because it can't be that like I just take my pen and write to Parliament and say there are pit toilet in this school, and whereas it's not true. Something could have went wrong in my mind. And if indeed they are lying, like what the MEC is saying, this SGB must account to us, but you can't continue misleading Parliament like that. But how do we know that they are lying? It's by going there. We cannot know whether they are lying or not if we are still seated here. As I conclude, Chair, there's this issue that the MEC says that maybe they will assist the school when they're doing their cleaning program. What do they call it? Let's say a program. I want to suggest to the MECs that instead of doing Litsima program, let's do Andres Tetani cleaning campaign. I think it is the one which is very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shkombani. Just before honorable members, I just want to caution honorable members. Our established rules is that we don't necessarily most of the time allocate and time ourselves because we want to allow members to really ventilate. But the caution is that we must be here until 12:30 in terms of the scheduling. Of course, we can push it at least 1, but we can't do beyond 1 because we must allow members to have lunch and go to the sitting that is starting at 2. So I'm pleading and cautioning honorable members that when we make our interventions, please let's be considerate of that aspect, that we're left with very few minutes.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, let me first start saying I support the proposal of the Andres Tatane campaign. And in fact, we'll be part of it as well. Chair, I think a lot has been said what I want to raise is that there seems to be people who are responsible in ensuring that there is quality education, not just in the Northwest, but across the country. But the different stakeholders that are responsible for that want to operate in silos. And that's what we're experiencing here. That the department thinks that the SGB must function on their own, the district must function on its own, the school itself must function on its own. We know that the schools get Section 21 monies. It's not enough. And we know that. Across all the schools, this money is not enough for these schools to function. It's even worse, the school is a quintile 2. If you get to a school, they will ask you if you can give donation of toilet papers. And that's what happens. During the back to school campaign, we went to a lot of schools, particularly in Northwest MEC, where you would find schools who can't even buy themselves toilet papers. Because with the money that they have to prioritize and see what is it that they must do and what is it that they can't. What do you categorize as minor maintenance is actually major maintenance in most of these schools, looking at the budgets that they get. And maybe the department must have its own emergency plan for these schools. On if a ceiling is on the verge of collapsing, what do you do as a department? Because whether or not you like it, you can say it's the responsibility of the SGB. They don't have capacity to fix a ceiling. And that's where you come in as a department, because your role is to ensure that the schools function and intervene where there's need to be. So the fact that an SGB must come here and ask for a ceiling must be very embarrassing to you as a department, DM. And this school is one of the hundreds of schools that are having to live and function under the same circumstances on a daily basis. But what we don't consider here is that neither the SGB nor the department is really affected by this. Our learners have to go to school on a daily basis under the same situation. And we are not considering that. And that is why I'm saying there must be an emergency plan, because the people who are really affected, it's our kids. Maybe not necessarily because most of your kids go to private schools, but it's kids who have to live and learn under those conditions on a daily basis. And that is why we don't think it's an emergency for a ceiling to be fixed. That's why we think the SGB has a responsibility of fixing a ceiling. So I completely agree that, and in fact, if we're to open these petitions, we are going to end up being a portfolio committee of petitions. Because a lot of these schools have the same situations. And therefore, a department can't come and say, in the presentation of the MEC, I found the MEC to be very defensive. Very, very defensive. And she's my home girl. She's from Northwest, by the way. But she seems to be very defensive because everything else you pointed to the SGB. What is your responsibility in the school? And all the other schools. We've got a problem of vandalization in schools, and you know. But you say, yeah, no, there seems to be some fiddling of wires. It happens because in your budgets that you give, you don't have prioritization of security in schools. That is why schools will be vandalized. So it starts with the budget itself. Schools can't buy themselves paint. And maybe that was important that we have a parent component here, because some of the things, really, as parents, we can put hands together. And that is why it was important for us to have all the stakeholders here, because parents also have a role to play in ensuring that these schools are maintained. And maybe the department must have a program like that where it goes to schools and have a awareness or a reaching campaign, whatever you can call it. Parents must come together and we must find a way of keeping schools functional for the safety of our children. Even if we ask the department to increase the budget, it still won't be enough. It will need external stakeholders to come and assist to ensure that schools do operate. So interdepartmental collaboration is very important. Most of the schools, when you go to them, they'll tell you, no, we've got a crisis with the wall, we've got this, we've got that. When you go to the Department of Education, they'll tell you public works. It's actually the first time I hear Department of Education say, no, we're together with public works. Because in most cases, it's always the fault of public works. And if public works and Department of Education can agree on this one, I'm very worried. Very, very worried. So we are playing a shifting game here. And I wouldn't say the SGB lied to Parliament. They might have written to Parliament out of frustration, like any other SGB. But you give so much responsibility to SGB when you know they've got limited capacity. And yes, you must capacitate learners. How do you have a school at this point, as a government, DA-led GNU government, you still have thousands of schools who don't have labs. And that's, we're very far. If we can't maintain a toilet, what of a lab? If we still have schools that don't have electricity, what of a lab that will need electricity to function? So the department really needs to have its priorities. Most of the officials in the departments, when they get to schools, they are celebrities. They are not there to do what they are asked to do. When they get there, they are the actual principals. So what do you think they are doing in schools is the complete opposite. During the campaigns, we met them. During the back-to-school campaigns, we met them in schools. Where they get there, they sit in an office, they fill in a form, that 1 hour, 30 minutes form that you were filling. They fill in that form and they leave. They write in the logbook and they leave. But no one has a responsibility of monitoring progress. Those recommendations, there's no tracking of progress, nothing. And that is why even the smallest things of fixing a bulb will end up in Parliament. Because there's no one who has a responsibility to ensure that even the smallest things that must be taken care of to avoid us getting to a situation where we are. There's no one. But the department has a whole lot of people who would go and say, we went to a school, what are you doing in the school? They went to go and sign because you told them to go to schools and bring a report. So MEC, you must have a different way of doing things. I see here you say, now the school is going to be budgeted for infrastructural repairs for 2025-2026. So that should have been done. And that's why I'm saying we should not be a reactive structure where they say there's no water. And then 2 days before you come to Parliament, you open the tap. It's true, a lot of schools in Northwest have got the same situation. And sometimes you're caught between which one must be prioritized. And because today we're discussing Leruntse, Lesedi, tomorrow there's going to be another petition. So have a way, and the fact that you operate in silos creates frustrations in communities. And probably because the SGB had to bring it here because the parents are also saying, but what must happen? You rightfully said that we are a very rural province. You would find that 70%, 65% of the parents don't even work. Most of the time, the schools would be asked for donations. Some of the schools would go to an extent of even saying, learners ka January, they will not get reports. They will not be admitted in classrooms because they didn't pay the 350s. So there has to be an actual plan. If it is a government that is intentional about ensuring that learners get quality education and are capacitated. But the state of infrastructure generally of schools should be an item on its own. If Department of Education must sit with infrastructure department, public works, we must be discussing the state of infrastructure of schools, not who has a toilet and who doesn't. And that should have started there. In your strat plans, that's what you must suggest. Let's sit with Department of Infrastructure, look at the budgets that we have, look at our priorities if you have. If you don't, you have them there in that meeting. So that you are also able to see whether there's improvement or not. At this point, we're just reacting. We're reacting. If the power trips today, you go and switch on the bored, and then that's fine. You think you're doing something. So it is really a crisis, but I am grateful that the SGB was brave enough to come here. Had it not written to Parliament, they would not be budgeted for this financial year, and they must be very proud of themselves. Because they would have been told it's not just Leruntse that has a problem. And I would like the MEC to give us timeframes. Yes, they are going to be budgeted for. By when will these things be done? And by when, so that we know by when should we go and check if indeed these have been implemented. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Was it Honorable Governor? Yes. You follow Honorable.
I follow Honorable Letlap.
So you're not after the Honorable Governor?
No.
You were, okay.
Yes.
Fine.
Thank you very much, Chair. The process to get the petition here has probably not been the correct one, but I think we must thank the Speaker for understanding that there is speed within which certain things need to be tackled. The issue of the Leruntse Lesedi school is quite urgent. My name is Siyabonga Gama. I'm from the MKP, Honorable Chair. The attitude of the MEC is one of attempting to trivialize the complaint by the school governing body. It's unfortunate because they would not write this letter if they were not feeling the kinds of pain that they're going through. For me, I found it condescending, MEC, and I think that kind of attitude projects that you are not taking seriously the issues that our communities face out there. You are not taking seriously that the centers of learning need to be adequate in order for the kind of results that we want to experience can be felt. You came here to give us alibis. You do not want to take accountability for what happens in the schools. And in the Northwest, being a province where there are many rural schools, you should only just go and compare the Leruntse Lesedi school with Rustenburg High School. You'll see that it's chalk and cheese. And it should be your desire that the two schools, whether it's in a village or it's in a city, that they actually look the same. So that our students, our people, can experience the same kind of service delivery, whether they come from a rural area or an urban center. People should not want to go to the urban center in order to experience the kind of education that we want them to experience. We must take development to the rural areas. We should not say that because we are rural, therefore, you are entitled to the kind of infrastructure experience that they're experiencing. You must not try to come and tell us that the SGB is asking you to change the light bulbs. The SGB is lying when it says they are pit latrines. we do not want to hear those things. We want you to take accountability. We want you to tell us, what have you done? What are you going to do? That's all that we want to hear. We do not believe that people would just wake up one morning and decide that no, they just want to project the school in a particular way. Yes, it is true that we have not been to the school and we are not going to say who's lying and who's not. But the finger pointing, I think it's something that we probably would have avoided if maybe we had been given the opportunity to go and visit and so that we can do our own oversight. But we think that we should not be condescending. It's totally and wholly inappropriate to do that. We do not believe that the chairperson of the school governing body would just point out things that are not there. So please, let us take our communities seriously. Let us take ourselves seriously. Let us become accountable. It is the right and appropriate thing to do. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Governor.
Enkosi Chairperson, mandiqale ndibulise wena, DM, amalungu committee, members of parliament ezilapha, MECs zombini, ne-administration yonke karhulumente. Firstly, mandizazise ngexesha bekusaziswa bendingekho. Igama lam ndinguyanga wakwaGovana, olilungu lale committee ka-Basic Education, othunyelwe umbutho we-ANC. I might be very short, okay? I'm very short when it comes to discussions. But okokuqala, let me concur with Deputy Minister Ephumile on the issues of petitions and thoroughly considering them into bringing them into house. I'm not saying matters that are written or taken into consideration in this petition are not important. They are all paramount importance of our learners and conducive environment in all learning spaces. But I'm worried, Chair, that we'll deal with day-to-day issues if we'll allow such petitions to come to Parliament. Sawuzibona sinombhodam wokuba ngomiss, no SGB, no principal, singayenze yona nto bekufanele uba siyayenza. Because if we'll deal with issues of cleaning toilets, lights, and other minor things that can be done by SGB and be inclusive of teachers, even learners, they must be brought to us. Ingasibambezela, Chairperson. I think there must be a way to categorize petitions that will be dealt by us, that will be dealt by the MEC, and that will be dealt by circuit managers and district directors. And the undermining, Chairperson, the petition at any given point of time. Sihloniphile kakhulu yiloo nto sihle lapha namhlanje. Kodwa makube nendlela yokudetermine uba yintoni eseyehlula iphondo iziswe kuthi. Okwesibini, I wanted to touch on the issues of cleanliness yesikolo. We are looking at large numbers of toilets ezikhona esikolweni. There are 20, if I'm not mistaken. It's 10 VIP and 10 temporarily VIP structures. And we have one general clean. Klasithetha nje gabalala, akanokwazi uklini toilets plus classrooms ezi-20 plus classrooms eyedwa. It says there is something that needs to be done by the SGB, SMT, circuit manager who's directly deployed to that school in overcoming this challenge, because it can't keep on coming up in the near future. Dithetha ke nakwezinye izikolo. We can't have one general cleaner doing all this work. It's physically impossible to maintain. It's something that this school needs to consider or be advised at. I also had a question of saying, before province gave the school this general clean, who was cleaning the school before that, and what happened to that clean? Because at least if we are speaking of means of saying, ESGB did have abaphangeli, even if they are two, but now they are running short of funds, they can't maintain. It would have been a different man. But we are talking about only one person. There is no SGB, there is no temporary worker that is assisting. It's impossible, even though it's not something that we would want to discuss in this platform, but it's something that you need to consider and put it aside. Infrastructure issues, I cried DM across the country. It's what we are facing as the country, and it's a challenge. We can't identify one school on issues of infrastructure. The whole South Africa is a crisis. Public Works, Department of Education, they need to be overturning immediate support to schools, because we can't be having such. Our infrastructures need to be conducive for our learners, our teachers, and administration at wide. So it's something that we can't be discussing. It's a normal topic of being left. It's something that needs to be implemented and be implemented fast. I am a bit worried about trenches that are paid in schools. I'm thinking, MEC, we do have maintenance money. The monitoring that needs to be done in schools is more into capacitating the SGB, SMT, and the whole team in schools in how they use these monies. Because really we can't be complaining about globes, lights, whereas we have so many other challenges. Where is the maintenance money? Even if it's little, but it can maintain lights, it can maintain running water, it can cut grass outside, it can do the minor things. What is happening to the maintenance money that is taken into schools with these large trenches they get, even though we know those trenches are not enough? We know we are short of finances when it comes to other things, but these little things must be done. The ceiling board, it's a matter of hiring 2 guys, removing it, while we are still thinking of a larger or a permanent situation that needs to deal with the ceiling and leakage of roofs. And when we categorize these minor and major issues, maybe we must take into consideration that SGBs are not your comrades, are not trained and are not capacitated as you, because you will be saying they must know the difference between minor and major. Maybe you have not even taken into consideration that to them a ceiling board is a major crisis. To them a roof leakage is a major crisis. So there must be a way of breaking down how do you differentiate the two. There must be something wrong in this petition or why we are seated in this room. Because really the responses we are getting from MECs, it's not as if they have not gone to the school. It's not as if they are not being assisted. It's not as if DM, there were no visits. And we get a side from the SGB saying they are not taken care of. I have a question though. These 2 classrooms, if the school is so overcrowded, how did they manage to rent out 2 classrooms there? It's at the back of my mind. I'm thinking you are overcrowded. Your classrooms are not enough. You are even given temporal structures, but you are able to rent out 2 classrooms. How did that happen? If really the overcrowding is a crisis in the school. Then more concern on a social issue, Chairperson. This is a secondary school. They are renting 2 classrooms in the school. These constructions have males. Our kids safe? Because I'm always thinking there is this norm or there is this social ill that is killing our kids. About baby dead. The older guys, or sugar daddies, I mean. Yes, sugar daddies. The sugar daddy issue is a crisis because it, as we have been saying, we are saying these are rural areas. Rural areas always have issues with lack of resources and monies, even at home. So if you are renting out these 2 classrooms to construction guys, are our girls safe? Is there no alcohol in that school? Is there not going to be any sexual assaults in that school? The social ills, how are we going to prevent them if we are able to expose them into that lifestyle where there are still young females and young males in school? It's something that we need to consider. Lastly, Chair, the petition, the MEC and the whole department, I foresee internal politics in this. If there are any, handle them. I'm looking at the pass rate of the school. 2023, it was 90-something. This previous year, it dropped to 80-something. Infrastructures, all politics that have us as elders must not in any manner go tamper with the learning of our learners. There is something going on down there, and it is our duty to find it. So if you have noticed anything that is not circling well, go down and sort it out. Because a droppage of 90-something to 83 means there is a lot going on down there, and it needs our attention, and our attention is something that needs to be given to the school thoroughly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Was it Honorable Jordan?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'd like to start off by firstly requesting a list of stakeholders that were invited to this meeting today, including the members of the SGB and the school administration. I think that would clarify whether there was invitation or not, and could perhaps assist us in understanding why they were not present. Chair, I'm disappointed that the MEC for Public Works in the province did not present the presentation that was sent to us, because I wanted to raise a concern with some discrepancies in the presentations in what the provincial DBE was presenting, and the pictures on that presentations and the reports that we've scrutinized when it comes to the state of the infrastructure of the school. Considering the administrative and unprofessional quality of that presentation, however, pictures where you cannot even see the content in some cases, perhaps the MEC wanted to save her department that embarrassment, but one can clearly see that the pictures in that presentation does not paint the same pictures than the pictures in the presentation made by the DBE. Chair, it's mentioned that there are 1 administrative assistant and 1 general assistant vacancies at the school, and this was not really elaborated on. My question is whether there are any plans to urgently fill these posts, and if not, why not? What is the standard when it comes to sanitation services in schools, and what has the school and the department done to improve on the status quo? If one looks at the profile of the school, and when one considers the number of learners in the school, and that there are only 20 toilets, on average, it then comes down to 40 learners using a single toilet every day. Surely this does not seem sufficient, and it can't be logical that the SGB and the school is expected to to keep up with cleaning if 40 learners are using one toilet, though I do agree that regular cleaning and maintenance would assist with the situation. Chair, I'd like to request clarity about the laboratory. It appears on slide 35 that learners must walk to neighboring schools, which we've seen could be as far as 20 kilometers away. Is this true? And then on the same slide, for practicals and consumer studies, it was also mentioned that there is a mobile laboratory. Now, it would make sense for the mobile laboratory to rather travel to the different schools on different days to accommodate the learners than for learners to walk 20 kilometers to the nearest school where they can be accommodated. And I'm wondering, what is the situation with that? Does the school have a schedule for visits? Is it benefiting from this mobile library? Can the province please clarify? In terms of electrical non-compliance, faults and cracks in the building, Chairperson, this can be a disaster waiting to happen. And I think it should be a concern for us that this was mentioned in the first place, rather than looking at how to defend whether it exists or not. It's an outright safety hazard for learners and teachers in the school, and these issues do not speak to minor maintenance when one scrutinizes the report that's been sent to us. Are there safety concerns such as structural collapses, exposed electrical wiring, and what temporary measures have been put in place to mitigate the risks posed by the dilapidated infrastructure? And I understand the MEC had highlighted some cracks in the walls that are there to accommodate for the temperature increases in which the bricks would expand. But from the pictures in the presentation in the Department of Public Works had sent us, those are not the cracks that appear there. The floor is not in such a state that it's simply attributed to the tiles being ceramic. I'm just wondering what would actually warrant the statement that the floors are unacceptable to us. Because in the pictures that we've seen there, the only thing that I could imagine would make the MEC say the floor is unacceptable is when the ground underneath would start showing. Chair, the presentation of the DBE indicates that structural integrity of the school's buildings are not compromised. However, the inspection report of August 2024 indicates floors and walkways are in a bad state of repair and need major renovations, not minor. Walls have major structural defects that urgent repairs are needed, major cracks on the wall that pose extreme hazard of structural collapse, that walls need support. This makes me wonder what the credentials and qualifications of the persons conducting the inspection report of the Assistant Director of Occupational Health and Safety of the department, and what the credentials and qualifications of the persons from the department are that apparently verified that this was not the status quo. What is the reason for the contradicting response when it comes to that? Chair, I'm wondering whether the school has a maintenance plan. Has the department verified that? And what the school's budget for maintenance is for the current year, considering that standard practice is 10% of the Section 21 allocation is supposed to be going towards maintenance. And also for security, since it's been indicated that the school should be curbing vandalism and that that's the cause for damages to infrastructure. Does the school actually have the resources then to curb that? And if not, surely the department can't be expecting the school to tend to that. Chair, when it comes to the issue of minor maintenance, the recommendations of the Health and Safety Inspection Report is that the facility is not compliant. Amongst other things, that roof assessment should be conducted, and that includes a ceiling which poses a serious falling hazard, that all toilets need to be kept clean and hygienic, which we can acknowledge is an issue of maintenance and cleaning, but also that additional toilets need to be constructed, and that all electrical and structural work within the facility must be done by a competent person and be declared safe for continual use to avoid unnecessary injuries to educators, learners, or visitors. And this is also verified by the fact that the report reflects the school does not even have a certificate of electrical compliance, which is a basic standard of compliance in South African building regulations. Chair, I think the recommendations in the presentation can be accepted, but the recommendations in the inspection report should be additions to that. The repairs appear to be a necessity, and compliance with norms and standards and building regulations are really essential for the safety of learners and teachers in the school. Let's not forget the tragic incident at Hoërskool Driehoek, where several learners lost their lives due to infrastructural inadequacies. We welcome that the minister is placing a focus on the review of regulations relating to minimum uniform standards and norms for public school infrastructure. And I think this will assist in improving accountability at a provincial level for the rollout of school infrastructure, so that we don't see this kind of a defensive composure and blame shifting that we've seen today in future. In actual fact, Chairperson, buildings and structures that are non-compliant to something like the electrical certificate I've mentioned earlier could be liable to legal action, insurance claims, and severe consequences. And it's surprising that this was not even mentioned in the report of the department. Chair, what I'm not seeing in the recommendations or even in the presentation that was made is that a maintenance a person or a general worker will be appointed, since there is clearly a vacancy at the school, and I think this must be addressed urgently, and it will assist with the instance in which there are minor problems. And I do also agree that the SGB requires training so that there can be sustainability of the interventions that will be undertaken by the department. And I think perhaps financial viability and planning for maintenance and security must also be a discussion between the provincial department and the SGB, so that the school can highlight what their challenges are when it comes to being unable to cover maintenance, as they've said, and that the department can assist with devising strategies for improvement for the school, and to acknowledge the gaps where what it's bringing to the school might not be seen as enough. Essentially, it's the responsibility of the province to mend their relationship with the school and its management, and it's quite worrying to see blame shifting rather than a consideration for what the learners are experiencing every day when we look at the inspection reports and the structural inadequacies that I've mentioned. And then lastly, Chairperson, I think we should take note that the school must be visited to ensure that there is improvement after these recommendations are adopted. And then, Chairperson, I'd like to propose that you decide on a reasonable date at which the provincial departments commit to update the committee about the status quo after the interventions mentioned today have commenced from May to August. So the infrastructural problems would then have been addressed, if I'm understanding it correctly. Thank you.
Honorable Christians. Honorable members, sorry. So I'm going to request, because I also want to run to the bathroom, the whip of the other portfolio committee to chair whilst I'm going to the bathroom. It will just be for a few minutes. Yeah. Okay. Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to start off by saying that the South African Schools Act gives the SGBs the legal mandate to advocate for infrastructure. and that includes learner safety and teaching conditions. So if a school community finds that issues remained unresolved despite departmental visits, and I must mention here that it seems that the school received a number of departmental visits over the years. In fact, 53 school visits, amongst them 4 were with regards to infrastructure. So if a school community finds that issues have remained unresolved, they have the right to escalate those issues to our portfolio committee. So the SGB is and has done exactly what they are empowered to do, and that is to advocate for our learners, and for 7th of February, 2024. And it seems that the recommendations that were made after that visit were not fully implemented. And that is quite concerning. And it proves then that school visits alone do not translate into action. So there does appear to be an element of neglect by the school management and the SGB in terms of the general upkeep. That is a given in terms of the general cleaning, toilets, etc. As noted in the reports, however, this does not absolve the Provincial Department of Education. Neither does it absolve the Department of Public Works of their responsibility to address the major infrastructure issues. And I think that is concerning because a report was presented, but the findings were not implemented, and that remains a concern. So my question to the department, and specifically the provincial department then, is, should the SGB remain silent in the face of inadequate infrastructure and unfulfilled commitments? That is a concern. And if departmental officials claim that they have visited the schools, why are these issues persisting despite several visits over 2024, to the point where the SGB felt that it was necessary for a petition or a written letter to be sent to Parliament? Of additional concern is obviously the contradictions that everyone has mentioned, that there are contradictory reports with regard to the infrastructure problems, where one party is attempting to downplay the severity and the other party is trying to showcase the exact severity. So there are roof leaks, and these are bad enough to cause collapse. And these are not minor maintenance. This is not something an SGB can see to. Classrooms have no lights. This can affect learning conditions. We are all aware of that. There are electrical compliance issues. Surely an SGB cannot be tasked to fix such serious safety risks. Now, the Labour Department itself made recommendations, yet the officials claim that the school is in a relatively reasonable condition. And that is not the case, considering the photographs that we've seen. Again, contradictory from both parties. So my question to the provincial department is here, why is there no clear timeline in addressing these safety hazards despite multiple visits and departmental assessments? And then with regard to accountability, now we have already noted that the Department of Labour's recommendations were not fully implemented. The school was advised to remove ceiling boards and not fix it. Instead, they did a patch job and did not see to the actual issue, the actual leakage, which has escalated the problem and caused further issues in the school buildings. The electrical and lighting issues were left to the SGB. And again, as I said, this needed specialist intervention, and this was never given by the Provincial Department of Education. My question here is, what specific actions did the department take after each visit to improve the situation? And can they provide a timeline to us of what exactly was done after each of these visits? Because we've already heard now that there were 4 visits on infrastructure alone. So after each of those 4 visits, what was done, what was the timeline, and was it actually fixed? If the department truly believes that the school is in a good condition, would they allow their own children then to learn under these circumstances? And I think that's a relevant and valid question. So if the Department of Education argues that the school is not in crisis and that the conditions directly are not impacting teaching and learning, how then do they acknowledge to us that learners are supposed to learn in poorly lit classrooms, which are not conducive to learning, that there are structural issues that have created a sense of neglect and demotivation for both learners and staff? How can the department justify proper repairs when these conditions clearly undermine our learners' constitutional right to quality education? In conclusion, Chairperson, I would like to say here that there is obviously a shared accountability here with both the SGB and the Provincial Department of Education and Department of Labour. So the SGB cannot be unfairly blamed for structural issues, because that is an issue outside of their mandate and beyond their control. The department, the Provincial Department of Education and the Department of Public Works should obviously account for their failures here after multiple visits and no action. And I think that, as everyone else has mentioned, that there must be a clear distinction made between the general upkeep, which is the school's role, and the major infrastructure repairs, which is the Provincial Department of Education's responsibility. And I think that in due time during the course of the year, the Provincial Department of Education should, at regular intervals, come back to us and report to us on the progress made at the school. And additionally, I agree with my colleagues that we should undertake an oversight visit to this area. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Since the Honorable Ethel Ngosi is not here, let's proceed to Honorable Marcus.
It's Honorable Thring after Christians, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, before that, let me first apologize to you. When the new chairperson comes, uses his own list. I didn't ask you to speak because they are on the same row. Then I request that you take these 2 hands, Honorable Marcus, and then I will come to you. Okay, Honorable Low.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation from the petitioners and the Department of Education. I think firstly, we should agree that there were new amendments that were made with regard to petition in Parliament. And I would want to align my views with the DM of Public Works on saying that we should exhaust all avenues before we reach Parliament, not wanting to stop members of the community to come to Parliament. But the matters of Parliament are the matters of strategic and operational. Saying today, we are sitting here with 2 presentations, the one of the departments that is intertwined with Public Works and the one of the petitioners. We're also sitting at the other side of the petitioners, where the school governing body has presented their issues. And I would want us to be, as members here and colleagues, to agree we will have to teach and conscientize our school governing bodies on how to run the internal governance before they can run anyway. I'm saying all of these because we should be honest with ourselves. If you compare other school governing bodies and other schools on how they deal with day-to-day running of their issues, you would understand that we need to educate and make sure that Quintile 2 schools are not undermined, because Quintile 4 and 5 can take responsibility to governing body that take effect and make sure that they lead their school governing bodies according to the transcript of the law. Part of our problem here, maybe as members, we shouldn't allow ourselves to always want to live on sympathy or begging on saying we're incapacitated. We are not. Governing bodies have a duty to preside over school budgets. 1. Governing bodies have a duty to preside and deal with day-to-day running of schools and report to where they report and compile reports accordingly. The provincial department and the Department of Education has a duty to preside and oversight where the education, where the schools are not doing according to what is expected from them. Now, I'm part of this committee of basic education. Last year we have said to members, and I'm glad that today the report of Public Works and Education are speaking one thing, albeit that there are challenges that we are going to highlight here. We said to our departments, we are not going to allow any other department to come and not speak in one voice, no matter is it bad or good, because we believe there is a forum, there is a meeting where they are meeting. Let me start by saying, Chair, from the submission made by the practitioners, I would want to align with Honorable Comrade, Honorable Yanga, not Comrade, Honorable Yanga, who could have said, given all of the genuine challenges that were raised by the petitioners, one must believe that there is a third force playing itself, wanting to take advantage of our school governing body and want to present a picture that there is no relationship or there is no interactions with the school. I want to be very firm and clear. I'm doing this because this will come to us in many occasions. We've still got a long way to go. Now, the MEC says we acknowledge that infrastructurally, and we acknowledge that these are the issues that we have not been dealing with. And with regard to our first meeting that we have with the SGB, we would have responded to all of the issues and already we have put interventions. It should already say to ourselves, immediately the district, the provincial, the SGB and the management together, when they are together, they could have convened and sat down and compiled a list to say, out of the grievances we have raised, the smaller issues that which should be dealt with by SGB and management are being dealt with. And the major issues, what should we ask for the department? One, have you budgeted for infrastructural development and repairs major for that school for this financial year? We must ask the department. Two, we must ask the SGB, how have you been dealing with your budget maintenance? From the 10, whether it's 10%, 20%, it's a budget allocation. Every department, every entity is been given budget to spend, and it depends on how do you reprioritize and prioritize the major issues and identify the ones that will not cover up to. It is important we educate, it is important we conscientize our people on how governance is run, so that our quintal 1 to quintal 3 schools shouldn't be undermined or always want to rely on interventions, but should be able to follow proper channels in making sure that those who should preside over the schools, like the department, they account accordingly. So I'm raising all of this because colleagues have covered most of the aspects, but one of the aspects I want to deal with is the aspect of the capacity and the day to run of the SGB. The school governing bodies have been given much more powers to deal with governance of the school. They draw budgets, they deal with day-to-day running of the school, they also monitor as to what becomes a problem. Now, my submission is based on this, Chair. The department comes, we haven't done oversight, I agree, it's allowed in Parliament. You can still deliberate in a report and still go into oversight to confirm and affirm. Now the department is saying, and the SGB, these are problems that we have raised to the department and they've not been getting attention. We get a report that while the report of the SGB has arrived, there's 2 classrooms that are rented. I want to know, what do you do with the money? What does the money cover as we've rented the classroom as the SGB? I want to know about that so that we deal on assisting financially as to how SGBs can deal with minor challenges. Now we're sitting where the school that was, what a portion of learners were removed from another school to a school for them to be able to deal with infrastructural challenges from the previous school, so that as we have made the school, that's how we must respond to the outstanding issues of that particular school. What the committee should ask is, how far are we, or are we going to build a new school to cover up for the discrepancies of the schools where we've taken learners from the other school? And how far are we to deal with the major infrastructural development with the school for us to cover major infrastructural issues that are facing the school? And 2, I would want to know from you, MEC, when are you going to close the vacancies at school, the one of the principal, so that maybe we are able to, as you going to incapacitate the SGB and the management and the SMT, we should be able to educate them on how to deal with internal controls. And then thirdly, I would want to know how often do you visit your districts as per your schools that have got challenges as a department? And how do you therefore mitigate in making sure that you formulate reports that says from this school we've presented to us, we have shown us that we've got a logbook, but what is your checklist as to say this school we visited last year, and then we're going to make these major changes as per the infrastructural development NSP and as per the SGB. We want to know how do you often work with your SGBs. And then I want to pose questions to the SGB. And then so that I don't waste time, I'm looking at that time is against us. I'll submit written questions, but I've been writing a lot here, Chair. I want to know to the SGB, what steps were taken to identify needs and prioritize the spending of the minor 10% that you get from the section 21 of the education? How do you budget it? How do you spend it? And how do you prioritize it in dealing with maintenance so that we can get to know what is the problem? And then I would also want to know, how did the SGB determine allocation of funds within again the maintenance budget? If you're saying you are going to fix toilets, you are going to fix classroom, you are going to fix ceilings, how do you put your budget? Do you have a way of putting a 10%? And how much is that 10% for you to respond to it? Because they are minor and major. Now we're dealing with minor. How do you respond to minor issues that should not escalate to major? So that the department must also come and answer from their part that I've asked on them. How do they budget for infrastructural development for the school and what is their priorities? I would also want to know what mechanism did the SGB put in place to monitor the budget utilization and the maintenance budget so that we understand, do they need capacitation, or is there that force that seeks to say we still need more? So we can maybe walk on to say what revenue modules should the department focus on when dealing with the SGB capacitation? And then I would also want to know, how did the SGB collaborate with the school management team in the budgeting process? For example, for every budget process, there's a steering committee that sits, every department comes and presents their budget, and then we adopt a budget that is predetermined by different departments. How did the SGB management come to conclusion on the budget process so that we understand how they could have dealt with? So I'm posing all of these questions because I want us to share a way of saying that, yes, I'm acknowledging and I'm saying today our departments needs to do more in making sure they repair, they respond to the infrastructural challenges that are facing all of our school that we have faced during our visit as members of parliament. We agree. The department must also play its part and tell us, as part of their new financial year budget, what are they intending to, how many schools are they going to fix that need major infrastructural development changes? And how many schools do they think they are going to re-emerge and move as per what they have observed? Because the department has said to us, they've been doing routines, they've been doing visits. Now, in their visit, they must tell us today to say, how are they going to respond to all of this? So that we don't come here again from the Department of Northwest. We know now what becomes the criteria. And I would like to align with members to say, Chair, it becomes quite important if we go and do oversight and go and measure what has been presented to us and get to the gist of the issues of the school, so that as you compile our report, as the law dictates, the law dictates that you get a petition, immediately you interrogate it, you investigate, you get the findings, you compile a report, and you put mechanisms that are going to measure as to how far have we attained in making sure that the school has covered up its infrastructural developmental issues, the school has no major issues, and the school can function properly. So I'm putting to the committee to say the presentation of both the petitioners and the department, we must welcome them. And we must welcome the efforts made by the department to put more concrete evidence to prove, to say, as we are going to do oversight, this is the block I'm referring to, that's what we are referring to, and that's how far we are. So that we are able to understand that there is no major challenges of fighting on wanting to settle scores. But there's an issue of making sure that we go back to the drawing board, we go resolve the issues of the school, as we respond in Parliament, we are going to respond to say, as Parliament today, we have forced relations of the schools through the Department of Education and ourselves on how we're going to deal with this from now on. Because I think when the matter is in Parliament, it is for us to give directive because we are the last resort. There's no international parliament beside ourselves, it's Parliament. Now, for us to respond to the petition MEC and the petitioners, we are going to agree on a common checklist as to say all of these things that we have raised, that we have committed to, we are going to also set time frames. When are you going to respond to them? When are you finishing your 2 classrooms? When are you going to respond to all of the issues of closing vacancies? Now, the SGB should also tell us on their planning, how have they reprioritized, how have they been spending their budget, and what is it they are lacking to intensify and to assist them in making sure that they work close with management and hold the department accountable. I think it will assist the process of Parliament to conclude the petition issue, and I agree that we must go into oversight when a certain time and certain date that is going to be agreed by ourselves. From there, I'm quite content, and I want to tell the MEC of the Department of Education, proceed and continue to be honest where you can and give whatever that is best to us, so that we are able to assist the future of the country. We are quite content on all of the issues, transport issues, your infrastructure, but put them as they are so that we are able to find solutions and make sure, MEC, you go to the school yourself. I'm pleading to you for the sake of the school and many other marginalized schools, make time, engage your school, and try to resolve issues. You don't have to come here again, I can tell you, when you are going to have a good approach in this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We are going to the last row.
Thank you, Chair. Your co-chair overruled your listing process and said he'd wait for you to come back, but that's fine. Thank you, Chair. Chair, the challenges of poor infrastructure are not limited to Leruntse Lesedi High School. If one just visits Marion Ridge Primary or High School in the Pinetown area, you'd find similar infrastructure challenges and failures. But it is evident that our budget cuts, the maladministration, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure within the Department of Education across the board is now beginning to manifest in dilapidated schools. And this clearly impacts on the quality of education that our children receive. But Chair, I think it is a view of the ACDP that we need to applaud the principal, Mr. Pharamela, and the school governing body for their brave action in highlighting the infrastructure failures at their schools, at their school. I think the principal has a difficult decision, and it is one to look at revenue generation in a sense to help with the upkeep of the school, as well as attempting to provide quality education in unfavorable conditions. But if renting out classrooms is within the ambit of the law, we should not then be looking at consequence management or disciplinary action against the school principal. This would be akin to targeting the whistleblower, and the ACDP chair will not support that. Chair, the South African Human Rights Commission has received numerous complaints relating to infrastructure degradation, and their finding was, and I want to quote, the Northwest Department of Education has failed or neglected to ensure the provision of safe and adequate infrastructure in many schools in the province. So to the MEC and her team, is the South African Human Rights Commission lying or being economical with the truth in pointing out the failures of the Northwest Department of Education pertaining to infrastructure inadequacies? And secondly, the South African Human Rights Commission's 2023 recommendations included a reviewing of the Provincial Education Department infrastructure plan, which must be one, time-bound, and two, include measures undertaken to remedy the challenges, infrastructure challenges. The department was also instructed to report quarterly to the South African Human Rights Commission on the implementation of their revised plan. So my question is, was this done and how far has the department progressed in addressing the recommendations? Chair, I also want to agree with my colleagues that an oversight visit must be conducted, and in addition would propose that the Northwest Department of Education report to both of these committees on a quarterly basis until these infrastructure challenges are resolved. But on cleaning of the schools, Chair, I think that the Department of Basic Education should take the approach of the Japanese Department of Education, where children have a culture of cleaning their classrooms. Japanese children across the country have a culture of cleaning their classrooms and schools, and they take pride in doing that, rather than with the refrain that we sometimes hear within our sectors, is that children litter and vandalize to create jobs for their brothers, uncles, and family members. And that shouldn't be. Let's take a leaf out of the Japanese Department of Education and look at inculcating a spirit of cleanliness within our children from a young age. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
I think, thank you, Chairperson. I think most of my points have been covered by Honorable Low, but only this one, which has not been covered by any member here. The school, we were told that it has been built in 1982, which is more than 40 years ago. I would like the department for future to tell us the plans for all the schools which are more than 40 years and above, because there are also 60 years of school or more than 60 years schools which are in the same or in the worse scenario than Leruntse. Maybe in all the provinces. We can mention others, but because today we're dealing with Leruntse, that for future sake and for iskhathi we can also be allowed to submit as individuals to Mr. Brown those schools, and the department process them and maybe come with AMA reports in future, that there are these schools which have been identified in a certain province and in certain region, which is in the same problem with Leruntse, because if I just want to mention that we're discussing one school, but we've taken more than 4 hours or 5 hours discussing one school. So maybe if it was more than one school, would be taken 2 to 3 days discussing the reports. So avoiding other schools or other SGPs, because once you entertain one issue or one SGP, most of the SGPs will follow, because they'll be influencing each other to do the same thing. To avoid that, can the department identify? They know that there are many schools which have, or SGPs in the last past 10 years, which have been submitted their report or complained about the dilapidated of their schools, but nothing has been done currently. Engineers have gone some of the schools and make their findings, but nothing has been done. So maybe in future, if they can do that, or we are allowed to submit that, so that reports can be dealt with in the future by the portfolios. Thank you.
The interim chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I think, Honorable Chair, first and foremost, let's appreciate the presentations given to us as these two portfolio committee. I think let me first start with the obvious. That seems not to be an obvious, so that we're clear on those ones. The first one is that there's a difference between saying people are brave other than acknowledging that and commending that the people have used their democratic right to write to the speaker as enshrined on the Constitution, on the Bill of Rights. We must commend them for exercising such right. Because that right on its own was fought for. That is important. The other issue is that regardless of whether the process is flawed, on the question whether it's a petition or it's a letter, but the topic at hand is a petition. And we have to treat it as such because the topic what we're dealing with is a petition. But we must learn on the process, on how from being a letter it moved to be a petition. And take that as a learning experience moving forward. The other issue is that the question of who owns the school is not the principal, it's the SGB. Therefore, the presence of the SGB should be acknowledged. And they must know that they've got a responsibility to protect the school because they are the owners of the school. The third issue that is important is that we must not be worried about the convergence or the shared understanding or an approach within the Department of Public Works and the Department of Education. That's what we expect in government, that this government is one. Therefore, they must be on par on issues. And I applaud them for coming here, having that shared approach and understanding in the portfolio comment. I think the issue here I want to appeal is that this is not a time to point fingers to anyone. It's time to provide solution on the problem in question. The problem in question is that there is an intervention needed in that school. And in that intervention already, there is a work in progress that is being provided by the department. What is lacking from the department side is to give us time frames. We plan to address this matter and finish it on this time. But in terms of how I view the responses, it's a work in progress that we have to. The issue that I think we must get is a clarity from the department. The department has not given us a clear picture of what is the amount of maintenance budget that has been transferred to the school. So that based on what the department says that it is supposed to be the responsibility of the school or SGB, we're able to correlate and be on the same page that, or indeed, they are empowered in terms of resources given to them to perform such a responsibility. The other issue I want to get from the SGB, whether they can confirm that indeed the contractor is on site. And as the contractor is on site, is there progress? Because the contractor can come on the time given that it was there, but in the process, the contractor can stop not being there. Or you can get a report that, no, the contractor is doing the work moving forward. The other issue that is important here, on slide 3, we're told that this SGB was elected in July 2024. But the previous SGB brought this matter or reported this matter of these learners as in February 2022. But we were told that the merger was on 2023 of the two schools. It's an area that you have to get a clarity on that, Chair. Chair, as I said, this is a work in progress. I think what is important is that I come from the Eastern Cape on my introduction, and one knows the picture of how the schools in Eastern Cape had been previously. I thought that I'm gonna see a picture of learners in a mud school in a very bad situation. Hence I say this is a work in progress because there is a structure. In such a way that there is a structure. They even have more classrooms. They can even rent out classrooms that's supposed for the learners to a contractor. It shows to give another picture about this school. Hence I'm saying that this is a work in progress that you must appreciate. However, all the issues in that school must be attended with speed, that we don't have such a matter in the near future and we close this petition. But it will only be closed when matters at hand have been attended to its logical conclusion. Thanks so much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Mahlangu.
Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to everyone present here in the meeting. Let me first acknowledge both the presentation from the petitioners and from the department. Well, we must agree, Chair, that across the country we have infrastructural problems. And perhaps that's made the president to sign the recent signed bill, expropriation bill. And we must also agree that we have many, many challenges in our schools. And further, maybe that's made the president to sign the Bella bill. Hopefully these two acts, Chair, they will respond to the myriad of challenges that we are facing as a country. But one needs to pose few questions, Chair, to the department or to the SGB for clarification purposes. Well, the first question that one needs to ask is in relation to the role of the student of the SGB when it comes to cleaning of the school, and also the issue of their role when it comes to minor repairs that we have seen here. Because there's where the petitioners presented that this school was built a long time ago, almost 40 years back. But one needs to say that major maintenance or major damages do not begin as major damages. They start as small, as little as breaking one tile. And when one tile has been broken, if you leave it, by next year you'll find that 20 tiles are broken. So a minor maintenance is to say when a window has been broken, can the SGB fix the window that has been broken? Because here we have been told about bulbs, a light which costs 20 rand. If very light liasha, if you light lishile, why can't we wait for the department to come and buy us a bulb? If you are saying 20 classes, they don't have lights. It was not an immediate thing. It started with one class, 2 classes, 3 classes, up until this far, where you are unable to resolve them. But however, even if it is a major maintenance, you can say, let me repair this class, one class. At least you have repaired one. In the 20 classes or 5 classes that you are speaking about leakages. Because a leakage is just to hire somebody to get on top of the roof and close that corrugated iron or zinc or whatsoever. So it requires us, I wanted just to check the role of the SGP in that instance, what they were doing. Number 2, on what Comrade Law has been asked. Actually, I mean, I will ask it from 2002, what was this 10% doing? I'm not asking what you will be doing with it. I want to know what was this 10% doing. We have fixed this, we have replaced the window, we have replaced the ceiling, we've done this. In particular, the one that was meant for maintenance, minor maintenance. At least let's be told what they've done with it. Another question that one needs to ask is to this vandalism, in particular that we have seen on the toilet parts, where bricks were removed whatsoever and doors. When are these vandalism happening? During the day or at night? Do we have securities or they are not enough? At the gate, do we have securities? The school has not been fenced as you were crying with razor fence. When are these fatalities of vandalism are happening in our schools? And the department, why are you not providing security to the school, to guard the school for vandalism? Another thing that I want to check from SGP, their plan for preventative maintenance. Do we have a plan to prevent such occurrences of vandalism? Do we have a plan to prevent such occurrences of minor maintenance? Or we just want to deal with them when they come or whatsoever? Again, I want to check from the department, the progress, the exact progress, the MEC. Because you spoke about pictures to say here is the progress. But according to construction terms, at least you can say 10%, we're in at 20%, we're at 80% to finish at what percent to finish. And we'll finish at this time. And do you have or do you have the budget for preventative maintenance, or do you still rely on the 10% of minor maintenances now? I think other questions they've been covered by my fellow colleagues here. But all in all, I think as both the department and the SGP, we must do away with the issue of grandstanding, in particular with the plight of our people. And we are dealing with a very critical matter here of learners that must be at school. But it can't be possible that we will say there are cracks in the class, and when somebody goes in the class, we won't find even cracks. I'm just saying we can't go and fundraise the public sympathy based on lies, in particular on the conditions of our people, in particular children for that matter. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. That was the last hand. Honorable members, the time now it's 11 past 1. I had said that we can push at least up to 1 o'clock. It's 11 past 1. I'm going to propose that we move in this format. We had agreed that we were going to afford both the petitioners and the department to respond. I still want us to afford them that opportunity. The unfortunate part is that it can't be now, given the time. So I'm going to propose to members that we move in this fashion. 1, it is very clear that we can't conclude and we can't come to a conclusion that we've thoroughly processed this petition without, 1, doing an oversight ourselves. 2, receiving the responses to all the clarity-seeking questions that we've asked, because there's many clarity-seeking questions that we require both from the department and the petitioners. 3, we still need to get a clarity from the Office of the Speaker on the format of the petition itself. So I'm going to propose that we agree that we're going to write to the Office of the Speaker, firstly, proposing that we're allowed to conduct an oversight to the school as soon as possible. We will then say within a period of a month, because I know there is portfolio committees that are scheduled for oversight visits already. Ourselves, we're going to an oversight visit in KZN for a period of a week in the coming week. We'll have to engage with the portfolio committee on public works to say when within a month can we have a day where we go and conduct oversight. And then we then advise members of the committee on that day. Two, that all the questions that are the clarity-seeking questions that have been raised in this sitting to the petitioners, to the department, are responded to within 7 working days. So that when we go to conduct this oversight and we have a date, we also have those written responses. That is part and parcel of our portfolio of evidence. And then we get a clarity from the Speaker, because I do agree, Parliament is people's parliament. They've got every right to interact and interface with Parliament when they've got issues. But Parliament has established rules. And the reason why we've established rules is so that the operations of Parliament can be in a manner that it is orderly, but it also assists Parliament to effectively function. So we need to understand if those rules have been adhered to, because the Speaker does have the discretion in terms of the rules. She has a discretion to grant a petition despite the petition not meeting the format. There is that discretion, and we would have to get that discretion of the Speaker so that we deal with the precedence that is going to be set by this specific petition. And we are assisted from the Office of the Speaker as a committee on how do we deal with future petitions of this format. So I'm proposing that we move in that format. That is, for me, the only time where we will say we have thoroughly processed this petition and we've got concrete resolutions and recommendations to the Office of the Speaker. So we are going to be drafting a complete, comprehensive number of questions that have been asked to the department and to the petitioners. We will send to both, and we'll give them 7 working days to respond to those questions, and we'll then share the responses. Then we'll also communicate on the date, and I'm saying within a month, members, that we'll do it within a month, starting from today, to go and visit the school so that we can close out a report. Just one clarity, which is the stakeholders which were invited to this sitting. So we've received a referral of the petition from the Office of the Speaker with the letter that you have, and the letter had only one person signed on behalf of the SGP and the contact details. So we then contacted the contact person to say, in terms of Parliament, we are referred to this matter. We want to engage on this matter. This is a petition on behalf of the SGP. It was confirmed that it is on behalf of the SGP. We then advised that in terms of our own budget constraints, we have we are allowed to give you transport, to transport you to Parliament to come and present your petition, but we can only transport one representative. And the SGP representative was very clear that they want to attend all of them. As a result, we then decided to have this format so that we allow them to attend all of them. So the entire SGP, as the petitioners, were invited to this sitting, including the 2 portfolio committees and the DPE and Public Works. So we did, but of course there could have been communication issues which we'll deal with. And I think that oversight visit will assist us, because then we'll be sitting with the full complement of the SGP in the school after having done our own observations, and then we can then come to the bottom of the report. So I'm proposing that we move in that manner, members, given the time constraints. I hope that is acceptable to the members. Okay, so we want to then thank the petitioners, led by Mr. Pharamela. I want to get it right. Mr. Pharamela, we want to thank the petitioners, and we want to thank the departments, the team and their teams, the MECs, and the members of the portfolio committee. We're going to be writing back to the speaker with those 3 recommendations. And then when we have concluded with the matter, then we'll have a report that will be tabled both to the speaker and the National Assembly. So thank you very much for your time. Let us then adjourn the meeting until next time. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.